Hey, what's up? Hola, nerds. Buenas tardes, buenas noches, buenos días. Yo soy Isma de Nerdmigos y hoy voy a estar aquí viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration allá en Japón. Buenos días a Japón. Ojalá todos estén bien. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta tarde. Feliz viernes a todos. Happy Friday. Ojalá le estén pasando bien. Hey, estoy transmitiendo por YouTube y por Twitch. Si me están viendo por ahí, por favor, suscríbanse al canal. Denle un like al video, compartan el link, pasen a saludar al chat. Aquí voy a estar un rato. Alright, pues antes de empezar, quiero aprovechar para hacer unos anuncios. Antes que nada, los quiero invitar a visitar la tienda Nerdmigos. Este es nuestro merch store y sigue siendo la mejor manera para apoyar lo que hacemos aquí en Nerdmigos. Recuerden que Nerdmigos es un podcast, también es un webcomic, y en esta tienda van a encontrar productos como camisetas, playeras, stickers, prints, tazas, gorras, todo tipo de ropa con diseños originales creados por nosotros mismos. Son diseños inspirados en el webcomic Nerdmigos y en el podcast Nerdmigos. También son diseños que tienen algunas de mis ilustraciones y caricaturas originales. Los que ya me conocen saben que soy caricaturista y diseñador de personajes. Y también incluimos algunas de esas ilustraciones exclusivas para la tienda Nerdmigos aquí. Entonces, cuando ustedes compran en la tienda Nerdmigos, no nada más están apoyando el proyecto de Nerdmigos, también me están apoyando a mí como artista independiente. Este es uno de mis ingresos como artista independiente, así que muchas gracias por comprar en la tienda Nerdmigos. Y hablando de Nerdmigos, quiero invitarlos a escuchar el podcast Nerdmigos. Aquí estas son las camisetas que pueden encontrar en la tienda. I Miss George, Andor. Ahora sí. Quiero invitarlos a escuchar el podcast Nerdmigos. Y el podcast Nerdmigos es un podcast semanal donde nos juntamos para platicar sobre todas las cosas geek que nos gustan. Cada semana estoy buscando a alguien con quien platicar sobre cosas geek. Y para este episodio tuvimos como invitado a mi amigo Manuel Ríos Arabia. Él es creador de cómics independientes. También es cineasta, crítico de cine. Y también es uno de los invitados que más ha regresado al programa. Así que siempre es un gusto tenerlo en el programa y platicar sobre cosas geek. Para este episodio vino para platicar sobre el episodio USS Callister Into Infinity. Es la secuela del episodio USS Callister de Black Mirror. Se estrenó la temporada 7 de Black Mirror y hablamos sobre este episodio en particular, el USS Callister Into Infinity, con Christian Milioti. Y también platicamos un poco sobre otros episodios de Black Mirror que están interesantes. Platicamos sobre Daredevil Born Again, sobre las noticias geek de la semana. Estuvo muy suave el episodio. Por favor, búsquenlo en nerdmigos.com. Ahí van a encontrar todos los episodios de Nerdmigos. Y también pueden escuchar el podcast de Nerdmigos en su plataforma de podcast favorita. Recuerden que lo encuentran en cualquier plataforma donde les guste escuchar podcast. Lo encuentran en Spotify, en Apple Podcasts, en eBooks, en YouTube, donde les gusta escuchar podcasts, ahí lo van a encontrar. Y cuando encuentren el podcast de Amigos en su plataforma favorita, por favor, suscríbanse al podcast. Eso nos ayuda mucho para que otros escuchas descubran este podcast. También les ayuda a ustedes para enterarse cuando hay un nuevo episodio del podcast Nerdmigos. Así que muchas gracias por escuchar el podcast. Y quiero hacer una última noticia, y esta es una noticia local. Yo estoy en Tijuana, y si ustedes están en Tijuana o están cerca de Tijuana o tienen planeado estar en Tijuana el 3 de mayo, voy a dar un taller de caricatura y diseño de personajes dentro del marco de Tijuana Design Week. Tijuana Design Week es un evento anual, es una celebración del diseño. El año pasado participé con un taller de 2 horas, esta vez voy a participar con un taller gratis de 4 horas. Es un taller intensivo para artistas de todos los niveles que estén interesados en ilustración y animación. Sí les aclaro que es para mayores de edad, de 18 para arriba. Pueden tomar este taller, es gratis. Si quieren llevar niños, no hay problema, pueden llevar a niños para que los acompañen, pero el taller no es para niños. Entonces, no es para que dejen a sus niños ahí 4 horas. Pues. Ok, entonces, este taller va a ser el 3 de mayo, sábado 3 de mayo a las 10 de la mañana, a partir de las 10 de la mañana, de 10 a 2, en Observatorio Centro de Estudios Cinematográficos. Es una escuela de cine en Tijuana, dentro del marco de Tijuana Design Week. Así que muchas gracias a Observatorio por la hospitalidad, muchas gracias también a Tijuana Design Week por todo su apoyo. Nos vemos el 3 de mayo, si están en Tijuana. Me dará mucho gusto compartirles consejos y técnicas y tutoriales de caricatura y diseño de personajes de una manera personalizada. Ok, esos son los anuncios que quería hacer. Muchas gracias por su atención. Y ahora sí, vamos a asomarnos allá a Japón a ver qué hay qué hay en Star Wars Celebration. Star Wars Celebration Japón. Ok, vamos. Ok, ¿quién entró? Ok, están presentando a los hosts. Ok, vamos a entrar a Star Wars Celebration. Y vamos a cambiar este para acá. Así, alright. Ya son las anfitrionas. Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Estoy transmitiendo por YouTube y por Twitch. Si me están viendo por ahí, por favor, suscríbanse al canal de los Nerdmigos. Nos encuentran en Nerdmigos. Nos encuentran en YouTube como Nerdmigos. Y nos encuentran en Twitch como Nerdmigos Podcast. Ok, aquí estuve ayer viendo el primer día de Star Wars Celebration. Los anuncios más importantes de ayer fueron el anuncio de Star Wars Starfighter, que va a ser una nueva película de Star Wars que va a dirigir Sean Levy, protagonista Ryan Gosling. Se lleva a cabo después del episodio 9, entonces se lleva a cabo después de la trilogía secuela, como unos 4 o 5 años después. Va a ser una película standalone y se estrena en mayo 2027. Y Sean Levy confirmó que ya están en preproducción, entonces ya se está haciendo la película, no es como que apenas están pensando en hacerla y apenas la anunciaron, ¿no? Entonces, ese fue un anuncio. El otro anuncio, La otra noticia de Star Wars Celebration del día 1, pues fue el panel de Mandalorian y Grogu. Mostraron un trailer que no han hecho público. Espero que lo hagan público pronto. Y también anunciaron una nueva serie animada de Darth Maul, que se llama Maul Shadow Lords, algo así, Shadow Lord. El Señor de las Sombras. Que se ve bien, me da mucho gusto que regresa Sam Witwer como la voz de Maul. Es un spin-off de Clone Wars. He visto ahí confusión de algunos comentaristas que son fans casuales de Star Wars y como que no les quedó claro en qué parte del timeline va a ser, pero es una continuación de Clone Wars. Entonces es lo que pasa con Darth Maul después de Clone Wars. Y mostraron un trailer también que no lo han hecho público, pero pueden buscarlo en alguna parte si lo quieren ver, ¿no? En el trailer de Darth Maul, no recuerdo la fecha de estreno, pero ya es lo que mostraron en un panel de animación anoche. Celebraron 20 años de Lucasfilm Animation. La verdad, no estoy viendo mucha emoción por Star Wars en general. Ni siquiera yo me emocioné tanto por los anuncios, por esos 3 anuncios de ayer. Creo que lo que más me emocionó fue la serie de Maul. Otro panel que disfruté fue el de Light and Magic temporada 2. Se ve muy bien esa serie documental y disfruté mucho escuchar algunas historias detrás de las escenas de las precuelas con Ahmed Best y Rob Coleman. Estuvo muy cool. Pero eso fue todo el día 1 para... díganme qué les pareció a ustedes las noticias de ayer, del día 1. ¿Están emocionados? ¿Qué les parecieron? ¿Qué opinan sobre los anuncios que hicieron ayer en Star Wars Celebration? Para el día 2 que estamos viendo ahorita, ahorita yo creo ya se está llevando a cabo el panel de Andor. Espero que lo compartan completo porque eso es algo que no me gustó del día 1, que no estaban, no todos los paneles los mostraron. No todos los paneles los hicieron públicos. Nada más los vieron ahí la gente que está ahí en el evento, ¿no? Que está bien, por un lado está bien, pero no estoy de acuerdo en que los trailers los mantengan privados, pero que no los hayan hecho públicos. Ahorita todo el mundo estaría hablando, todo el internet estaría hablando de esos trailers. Y sí están hablando, pero muy poca gente ya los vio, ¿no? Los trailers. Nada más los puedes ver en baja calidad y alguien grabó con un celular o algo así. Entonces, me imagino que ahorita ya se está llevando a cabo el panel de Andor. Espero que lo muestren más tarde. También va a haber un panel de Ahsoka. También espero que lo muestren más tarde. Si no muestran esos paneles, que creo que es lo único que me interesa de hoy, pues por lo menos vamos a ver aquí las entrevistas que les hacen después de los paneles aquí en el live stage. De todas maneras, vamos a estar checando en internet las noticias. ¿Ok? Si van voy a estar checando aquí Twitter, la X. A ver, a ver si comparten algo sobre... A ver si comparten algunas cosas de los paneles. que nos estén mostrando aquí. A ver, van a hablar sobre Andor. Ok, Andor es a Star Wars story. Eso se lo acaban de agregar, ¿no? Lo de Star Wars story.
With season 1, I wasn't sure what was possible, you know? And then when audiences reacted positively, and people started talking about the show, I was like, this is special, you know? One very important piece of the equation is that we're talking Star Wars and people care.
The reaction to it was just nothing I'd really anticipated.
It's Cyril.
My surprise. Watching it kind of blew my mind. And then the people loved it and could see it for what it is. It's human, it's incredibly truthful, and it just happens to be an...
Ayer anunciaron el artbook de Andor. Tengo muchas ganas de ver ese libro. El artbook. Tengo algunos artbooks de Star Wars. Y tengo el de Rogue One. Tengo el artbook de Rogue One. Está muy cool. Entonces, ayer anunciaron que van a estrenar un libro de arte, un artbook de Andor que incluye las 2 temporadas, ¿no? Andor, por cierto, compren una camiseta de or de Nerdmigos. Ok, entonces están compartiendo el panel de Andor. Muy bien. ¿Cómo está el volumen? ¿Me escuchan? Pero puedo subir un poquito nada más. Ok.
Yeah, Star Wars fans from Japan. Nihon kara no hito. Nihon kara no hito imasu ka? From Japan. Who's from overseas? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Welcome to Tokyo. Yes, we are united. Yeah.
Hay que poner
Now we
aquí.
have some special guests here to tell us more about the final season.
The final season.
Executive producer and creator of Andor, a Star Wars story, Tony Gilroy. Yeah. Executive producer
Tony Gilroy en el panel.
Andor himself,
Diego.
Luna. Executive producer Sana Wallenberg. And stars Genevieve O'Reilly.
Genevieve O'Reilly.
Adria Arjona.
Adria Arjona, que me acabo de enterar como hace unas semanas que es hija de Ricardo Arjona. Yo no sabía.
And Alan Tudyk.
Alan Tudyk. Awesome.
All right, have a seat, please. Wow.
Ahí viene Rogue One.
Amazing, huh? Would you like to sit down, please, too? Yes. So, can you believe the last time you were all together at Celebration was just after the debut of season 1? Tony, can you tell us about how that felt?
I just want to ask one question over here.
Over there?
How many guards on each level?
How many guards on each level?
Yeah.
Bravo.
Yeah.
What's the question?
Yeah. How did you feel?
Oh, man. This is the 3rd one we've done. This already takes the cake. All you people who traveled here, oh my God, bless you, bless you, bless you. What a thing. Thank you.
Yeah. So Diego, look at that picture. What did this moment mean to you?
Oh, it's just, I mean, like many things that just happened in Celebration. Thank you so much for this reception, this love, this energy. Yeah. It's so special. There's nothing like this. And everyone watching at home also, A todos los que están viendo en América Latina,
Saludos.
España, saludos. There, really, there's exacto. En México también.
México.
Bueno que están aquí. You know, there's 125 countries represented today in this room. That's what Star Wars means, you know. So thank you all for coming. It's beautiful to be part of this, you know. We obviously love the idea of going back to Cassian, but now knowing that it matters so much to you, that Andor has an audience that you're expecting these 2 years and a half, have been, you know, just a bless for all of us working in something you guys care about. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
And Diego, arigato from Japan.
Arigato.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Yeah, you know. So from everything we've seen from the final season, and it looks just epic. It's epic. Diego, what can we expect?
It's just, it's so big, you know, in every possible way. There's more adventure and action, the drama. It's, I mean, we're getting close to Rogue One, so everything matters so much. It's emotionally charged. And you have the story of all the characters you met in season 1, plus many new characters you'll meet in the second season.
Wow.
And obviously, because we're heading to
Wow.
start the beginning of Rogue One, many familiar faces also you're expecting. It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be intense. And then when you finish watching this second and last season, go straight to Rogue One because you're gonna see a different film then.
Wow.
Wow.
That's exciting.
That's exciting. Yeah.
Wow.
And Tony, talk to us about what time frame we'll be seeing on screen.
Season 1, we took a whole year.
Okay.
Yeah. Time jump.
Season 1, we took a whole year to do the whole season.
Ah, okay.
Second season, we're going to do 4 years in the one season. So each 3 episodes will represent 1 year.
1 year.
And we're going to drop them, 3 a week. So it's basically like dropping a movie every week, in essence. And there'll be a
Wow.
jump. It'll be 1 year, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. And when we land, we only land for a couple days. So they're very, very intense experiences. And we tried to find the most important 3 days, 4 days we could to land on. But yeah, that's how we'll drop.
Wow. I'm not good at math, but is that 3
12.
times 4, 12, right?
Yeah.
12 episodes.
12 episodes.
12.
Okay. So, Sana, from all the material we've seen so far, it looks like the production this season was or is massive.
Yes.
Can you
Massive. Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Si me están viendo en YouTube o en Twitch, por favor, suscríbanse al canal.
Really more ambitious than what we've done before. And I have to say, this time our extraordinary team really outdid themselves. Our production designer, Luke Hull, costume designer, Michael Wilkinson, and all our extraordinary creatives. And
Mari Torres, gracias por transmitir en español, nueva sub. Muchas gracias por el sub y muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Díganme en el chat qué les parece lo que están diciendo sobre la temporada 2 de Andor.
Wow. 2 backlots and 24 different locations. 700
Wow.
costumes just for the principals alone. 152 droids. 152 creatures, sorry. 30 droids. And over
Criaturas.
4,100 VFX shots. There's a lot that you can dig into.
Ok, en el trailer no hemos visto aliens, así que quiero saber cuántos aliens van a salir en la serie, en la segunda temporada de Andor.
Wonderful. So we're going to see a whole new places. That's cool. Wow. So, Tony, the show is called Andor, but you introduced lots of unforgettable characters in season 1, right? What we learned to these characters, what's going to happen to them?
We're going to follow everybody you like, everybody you love. Cassian's at the center of this, but it's a chorus, it's a choir all around him.
Right.
We care about these characters as much as you do, and
Cyril,
we will tell
la
every
corbata.
story full out. So It may not be good. It may be good. It may.
It will be.
A lot of different. No, but I mean a lot of different. Who your favorite character is, but we go all in on all of them all the way.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah.
2 Rogue One.
Faltó Skarsgård ahí en
Yeah. Okay.
en el panel.
So, Genevieve. Hi. Okay. Genevieve.
Genevieve O'Reilly.
So, Genevieve, one of the characters who is the most visible in the Resistance in Von Mothma. And can you tell about where we find her this season?
Well, I would just like to say first, thank you for having us. We're so excited to be here to talk about this. I think we feel like we've been sitting on a little bit of a diamond, and we can't wait to share it with you. So hopefully you like it. I think for Mon Mothma, we start somewhere where Sana was talking about. This season takes us to whole new worlds, whole new people. And so we start in Chandrila, which is Mon Mothma's ancestral home. We start with a wedding.
Oh, ok. Pensé que era un divorcio. Pero es una boda la fiesta que han mostrado en el
And
trailer.
we drive and we reach. And for Mon Mothma in particular, you really see her have to work and graft under the eyes of the Empire. And we go to some dark places this season. And so she must step out of the shadows and risk everything to speak some truth. That's
Cool. Yeah.
Speak some truth.
And obviously, we are thrilled to see Ben Mendelsohn back as a critic, right? And one of the more iconic bodies in Star Wars, but Deborah was pretty formidable in the season 1, right?
Yeah, Dedra.
And Denise, talk to us a little bit about her arc this season.
Oh my God, I'm so overwhelmed, so jet lagged, so emotional. This is incredible to be here. I'm being very un-Dedra and really excited. I'll try and be really serious. We find out where Dedra comes from in this season, a little bit about maybe what makes her who she is. Things get real strange here.
Oh. Strange.
Yeah. But what's great, I mean, just to be part of this thing, like every character is so fully drawn. I've never been part of such an ensemble. And I don't want to give too much away about it, but yeah, Dedra really shows herself. It was much darker this season. It wasn't so girl boss. It was much more fascist this season. Which is very unlike me, so it's serious acting I'm doing. Yeah, I'm so proud to be here with everyone and part of this thing. It's such a gift. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right. Strange is a strange word, actually.
That's a kind word.
Yeah, okay. Speaking of Cyril, what's going on with him and
Cyril.
Dedra?
Cyril.
Gentleman never tells.
Dos fascistas enamorados.
It's really weird.
Strange,
really, really weird. Yeah, so Cyril is starting out this season feeling pretty good about himself. He's got a little promotion. He's got some new threads. He's on a new planet. He's mixing in with other people. He's flexing the small amount of power that he has in his own little pocket of the Empire. and he is trying to flex this at the same time. And that results in...
It goes super well.
As you can imagine, just a lot of staring, a lot of
A lot of really awkward.
no touching, no touching.
It's the weirdest.
But yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing relationship to dive into because it's ultimately at the heart of Cyril's arc and, in a way, Dedra's arc. They really, them coming together and opening themselves up to each other ultimately forces them into extreme situations that they never anticipated. So it's pretty spicy.
Wow. Strange, weird, spicy.
Yeah.
What will go on?
Okay. So, Adria, your characters. Your character, Bix,
Adria.
was also there during that riot on Ferrix, and we see her leave the planet. So, how is she doing these days, and where do her allegiances lie?
Well, first of all, I'm really trying to be cool, but I'm so overexcited right now. This is insane.
Of course.
This is wild. You know, it's really, I love you. It's so rare that you get to put faces to the reason that you're making all these choices. You know, we had all of you in mind in every single decision throughout the show, so this is very surreal and really exciting. Really exciting.
Thank you.
What was the question? Bix.
Yes.
My name's Adria. The character's name is Bix. Bix really went through it in season 1. And when we first meet her in season 2, you know, she's left her home. I really believe that, Bix is the most Phyrexian woman there is. And, you know, she's away from home and kind of really trying to reconstruct herself and what that means for her and how she's sort of going to cope with everything that happened with Dr. Gorst is very interesting. And then you get to kind of get a sneak peek into this beautiful relationship that starts forming. You know, season 1, everyone's like, what are you guys? Are you guys together? Are you not? Well, I think this season you'll really get to see these two characters come together, which is really beautiful and probably one of my favorite parts.
Wow. Nice. Okay. And Alan, how does it feel to be back as K2SO? How'd you feel?
How does it feel?
Thank you.
How does it feel?
I'm not going to top that. Let's just move on.
Who loves K2SO?
Oh, come on. Thank you very much, y'all. Thank you. Thank you.
But did you ever think that was going to happen?
Did you ever think it was going to happen? I always held out hope, hope. Such an important part of the show. I really wanted it to happen. I did for a time hold out for my own spin-off, K2 Fast, K2 Furious, which we discussed at D10 a long time ago. But Tony's a better writer, it turns out. And he has made an amazing, amazing show. And we get to see how our two characters meet and the birth of K2SO will be seen this season.
Cool.
Which is exciting to see. It was very exciting to do, to be born. And yeah, it's beyond. It is it's beyond anything I could have hoped. It's such an important. It feels like a very important series, and it's great to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Cheers. Thank
Great
you.
to have you back. Welcome back.
Diego, what's your point of view meeting K2SO?
Oh, I missed Alan badly. 7 very tough years, man. I was laughing the moment I saw him back in his like very tight wardrobe.
Suit?
I mean, and I saw everything was in the exact same place after 7 years. No, but it was. I mean, we spend a lot of time in a cockpit, not moving, and he's just like the generous and nicest partner you can have in a scene. It's very difficult, you know. Yes, it's there is nothing like working with someone that is always finding a way to make it more interesting, more fun, you know, and to surprise you. And as an actor, that's beautiful. And I never knew it was going to be so much fun, you know, because when you read the pages, you're interacting with a droid, no? But then Alan comes, and it's just a character that has shape, that has soul, you know? He brought a soul to this character and made it unforgettable, and that's why he deserves just the reception he just got, because he took the character to another level. Yeah. Definitely. And it was nice. Well, no, I'm not going to talk about how he gets born, but it was nice to witness that. And like, yeah, it was nice and awful and nice. I didn't do a video, man, sorry. Yeah, it's cool to work with someone also so bright and funny, you know? Right. With this material that is so deep sometimes, and yeah.
Okay, we're looking really forward to see it.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, now I speak for all the fans here when I say I know we are expected to see what you all are up to. We are counting the days. 3 more days here in Japan.
Yeah.
Until April 22nd. Yeah.
Ya el martes se estrena la segunda temporada. What happened? What happened? ¿Por qué cortaron el panel? ¿Van a entrevistar a alguien? Digo, pudieron haber pasado el panel completo, come on. Ha de ser alguien muy importante. A ver, Carboni. A ver, Carboni, ¿por qué interrumpieron el panel? Ok, pues a ver si el panel de Ahsoka lo comparten completo. Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta tarde. Estoy viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration Live desde Japón. Nomás estoy pescando cualquier anuncio o noticia que salga sobre Star Wars este fin de semana. Día 1 estuvo más o menos, sí hubo anuncios importantes, pero no veo a los fans emocionados, la verdad, No hay mucha emoción por Star Wars ahorita, a pesar de los anuncios de ayer.
Our next guest is here all the time. It's not really all that special. I didn't even agree to this interview. I specifically said no. There's nothing.
Star Wars Celebration Tokyo.
No.
Anthony Daniels.
Are you ready? Coming to the stage, the only actor to appear in or be involved with
Yes,
any
Anthony Daniels.
theatrical
Primer
He has been
actor que vemos aquí de la trilogía original.
television series, video games,
Creo que ayer no estuvo nadie de la trilogía original.
trained actor, successful author, a man with perfect bone structure, one of the great intellects of our time, the best looking and only Anthony in Star Wars Celebration.
Ridiculous. That's insulting.
Toda esta entrevista va a ser un sketch de comedia. No es una entrevista, es un sketch. Y para esto interrumpieron el panel de Andor. Y tiene el traje que usó como anfitrión del primer Celebration, ¿no? Creo que fue el primer Celebration, él fue el anfitrión y usó ese saco dorado.
We're not even allowed to have sparklers. We're not even allowed to have fireworks. No, that's illegal.
Los dos son unos adictos a la atención. Anthony y Anthony.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What a. What a lovely.
Sí, se va a apoderar del escenario.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tokyo. Thank you.
Tokyo.
It is so good to see you all.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
It was all going so well.
Yeah, it was. I had a great first day.
Have you been to wardrobe?
Have you changed your wardrobe in 10 years?
Don't encourage him.
This guy is the worst.
I can go off again, you know.
You always do.
Yeah, you love me, don't you?
No.
You love me, don't you?
C-3PO.
I don't care if you don't love me, okay?
Sí, no le importa si no lo quieren.
No, I think you're just jealous of me.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Of what?
Well, have you ever been in a Star Wars film?
Anthony Daniels ha estado en todas las películas de Star Wars. Ha salido en todas las películas de Star Wars como C-3PO.
When you have created a character as wonderful as C-3PO, you don't have to do anything else.
That's right. And shout out to George Lucas for creating C-3PO.
Yeah. Que no se les olvide. No se les olvide George Lucas.
May have thought of the character in the script, but who made it real? Just saying.
That's right. That's right, you're right.
Creo que todavía cabe en el traje.
We should also thank the wonderful effects team at ILM, the model builders, the droid builders, the costumers.
This is true. Yeah. And if only the costume we'd been ready on day one of filming. 6 months and it wasn't ready on the first day. It was a nightmare. And talking of nightmares,
Está hablando de cuando, bueno, mencionó cuando hicieron la primera película de Star Wars que no estaba listo el traje de C-3PO.
And we immediately talked. You had just gotten back from a trip to Japan, and you and your wife were talking about how much you love Japan. So it must be wonderful to be back here.
It is absolutely super to be back again.
Japón, ahorita es ¿qué horas serán en Japón ahorita? Son como las 10 de la mañana, 11 de la mañana.
Iwasaki-san.
Yes.
Sodes, who does all my Hiroshi Iwasaki does 3PO in Japanese.
Yes.
And it was so perfect. It was like I could speak Japanese. He's not here, is he?
I don't know if he
I
is,
don't know.
but
Well, if we clap loud enough for him,
Está hablando
Awasaki-san, he will hear.
del actor de doblaje de C-3PO en Japón.
It's funny.
En japonés.
After you told me that story, I went and I found a clip and I listened to it. And he really is. He sounds like you.
He does. I was
like
so
100%.
impressed. But one of the things about Japanese culture is that everyone is very polite. They understand protocol and etiquette. Something clearly, anyway. You can work on it.
Yeah, by the way, I
Todavía están hablando de cómo está vestido Anthony Carboni.
I don't have that power.
Anthony Carboni.
But we are back in Japan, and it is a very auspicious year. It's 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith.
20 aniversario de Revenge of the Sith, que por cierto, este fin de semana va a estar en el cine, ¿no? No, el próximo, creo que el 20... Creo que sí, ¿no? El próximo fin de semana se estrena... Es el reestreno de Revenge of the Sith en el cine.
Wow, because I don't have to wear the suit.
That's
I can
right.
just stand in front of, what do you call it, a microphone.
Yes. He's a professional, everyone.
And often I just have the director here on a little screen. I'm in London, they are in California.
Yeah.
There's maybe 6 people there, and just me going, hello, and being C3. Have you been practicing your 3PO?
I'm so bad at 3PO. You
Just
know
do it.
that. I don't have.
Do you want to hear his 3PO?
Yeah.
Stand it.
Su imitación de C-3PO.
I'm C-3PO, human cyborg relations. It's it. Well, I don't do it for a job.
Oh, what do you do for a job?
I keep you under control.
And when was the last celebration?
Last celebration was 2 years ago. That was in London. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we let you in. It's
That's
amazing. Right. Oh, hey, one of the things that I like about.
Oh look, something reminded him of him.
Va a promocionar su libro, su autobiografía.
Is my book in Japanese.
No, en japonés.
Photo. And of course, yeah.
Su autobiografía en japonés.
The problem with the book is they can't get the head big enough.
But it's also in English, and I'm very proud it's in Japanese. I'm afraid I can't actually read it, even though I wrote it, but apparently it is beautifully translated. But one of the things that isn't here in the English version, we have a huge index of all the people that I've worked with on Star Wars, and all the famous people.
Oh, I'm probably in there, right? Like, I'm probably in there. Like, we've been working together for like 10 years now. I'm probably in there, right?
Let me look. What's your name?
It's easy for you to remember the first part. The last part is Carboni, C-A-R. C-A-R.
Carboni. That's your name.
Carboni, yeah. Would you believe it? He'll get it. He's aging. He's slowing down.
Begins with a C.
Yes.
Not there. That's really sad. You're not in the movies, and you're not in my book.
Para esto interrumpieron el panel de Andor.
How can you get up in the morning?
Most mornings it's easy because I don't think to myself, I have to talk to Anthony Daniels today.
Okay.
But today it was like really hard for me to get up.
And the other thing is, have you not got it? When we're going to meet, I'm going to be beautifully dressed because I respect my audience.
Sí, ese Anthony Carboni se pudo haber puesto un saco.
Okay, go ahead, make fun of my Carrie Fisher tribute shirt. Go ahead.
Bueno,
No, you set it up.
Bueno, es una playera de Carrie Fisher.
Suddenly she's a gag.
Lo permitiremos.
Oh, disrespect. Oh, so des.
Dang, he's usually too old and slow to turn it around on me like that. I didn't expect it. That was good.
Hey, I like to surprise you.
That was good. Well, I gotta say, talking about this, 20 years of animation, 20 years since Revenge of the Sith, you're still involved in the new projects. There's a lot going on. I mean, there's so many new people coming in.
Oh, it is amazing, and new stories and whatever. And
Ok, estoy viendo en otras partes del internet que está pasando ahí en el escenario principal, porque este no es el escenario principal. En el escenario principal estaba el panel de Andor y al público que estaba ahí les pusieron los primeros 2 episodios. No, el primer episodio. Les pusieron el primer episodio completo de la temporada 2 que se va a estrenar el martes. Mientras estos dos Anthonys platican. Bueno, uno es Anthony y el otro es Anthony.
I dressed up in the suit backstage and went into this huge kind of courtroom, big round courtroom. And being California, the sky, it was open to the sky. It was beautiful. And all the scenery, like a real courtroom, with furniture and so on, judges up there on a dais. And I spent a day in this costume, talking with real actors and so on, which was different from talking to you, obviously. And then, at the end of the day, somebody flicked a switch backstage, and the courtroom and the sky all just disappeared. I was in a giant television screen. It was...
Yeah, you were shooting on the volume.
It was the volume.
Yeah.
El volume es el estudio o el set virtual que usan para Mandalorian.
The 3PO mask. You can only see like a pinpoint. And if you landed, went into wardrobe, went straight into the courtroom, you probably just thought it was real.
Thank you for understanding.
Yeah,
you get it.
That's kind of wild, though, to think that the volume, like ILM has done such magic that they could turn off the room and you're like, oh, I thought I was there.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, the next day they turned it on. But then I knew the magic.
It's got to be better than being strapped to a gurney in Tunisia.
Yeah, because all you've got to do is put sand on the floor and put film up on the wall, and you are back in Tunisia. Much better to do it in the volume.
Yeah.
The volume.
Thing I did, I think last year now, was did anybody when I was here before in Japan see Star Wars in concert?
Star Wars in concert?
Yeah. Where I told the story of episodes 1 to 6 with the Tokyo Symphony Orchestra.
Okay.
That must have been wonderful.
It was magic. But now, a few months ago, I did it again with the Los Angeles Philharmonic.
Oh, wow.
And this time...
Eso está cool, ir a un concierto de Star Wars con orquesta y con este vato como narrador contando toda la historia de las 6 películas de Star Wars que sí, los que ya me conocen saben que yo soy fan del Star Wars de George Lucas, que son las 6 películas de Star Wars. Y todo lo demás, pues, sí lo puedo disfrutar, pero soy fan de lo que hizo George Lucas, principalmente.
On the set, I was like, whoa, bewildered, you know. Suddenly, whoa, sorry, we had to redo the scene. The Emperor's alive again. Who knew that?
Well, so, I mean, listen, it's right. It's right.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
It's right
somehow.
No, but there were a lot of, as I understand it, you all explored different directions that it could have gone and different storylines that could have happened in it before everything landed in the way it landed. So it must have been kind of interesting because when you're on set, you're like, oh, we had 3 different ways this could have gone.
Yeah. It's a little confusing, but
Nact, un saludo, muchas gracias por pasar aquí al chat. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Dice, gracias, bro. Estaba buscando algo en español. Estoy viendo esta transmisión de Star Wars Celebration. Ahorita estaba viendo el panel de Andor y lo interrumpieron para ver para ver estos dos pelearse.
It is against my programming to translate from the Sith. And I boasted for all these films about how I can translate 6 million forms of communication. And suddenly, no, I can't do that.
Well, let me tell you something. As somebody who's known you for 10 years, you don't tend to mention your weaknesses up front either. I am not surprised that 3PO hit that.
Yeah. You know, 3PO is a very sensitive person.
I do know 3PO.
I mean, he's almost a person. He's so sensitive.
I know, and you know, I always have a little bit of 3PO with me. Not Anthony Danos, but there's never a day that I'm not wearing something 3PO related. This is my 3PO watch.
That's a little creepy.
Un reloj de Un reloj de
So
C-3PO.
you can only have you can have it one of two ways, man. Either I don't like you or I'm a fan. What do you want? What do you want?
What do
You
I
hate it
want?
both.
Do I want him to like me?
Pues sí.
Do I want him as a fan? Okay.
Y'all are not on my side here. That's
okay.
wild.
Okay. You know what? Do I do this?
Put me in the appendix. Write my name in the index.
Should I?
Put me in the index.
Should I write his name? Should I write? How do you spell it?
It's Anthony.
Oh yeah.
And then Carboni. C-A-R.
Shall I just put?
You put whatever you can handle.
All right. To Anthony.
Yep.
Sí, ya tienen como 10 años peleándose en Star Wars Celebration.
Does anybody have any suggestions?
Pero lo va a incluir ahí en su libro, en la lista de personas con las que ha trabajado en Star
With
Wars.
force. What? Have a. Oh no. Should I put with love? No. What would I do?
Con amor.
What? Okay, I'm going to put with love.
Can you believe that he sits 30 yards away all weekend and charges for this?
Yeah. Okay. And I've signed it Anthony, the real one.
Yep.
Okay. And I'm gonna put 2 kisses. Can we go to close up here somewhere? Give me a
there it is.
camera.
Ahí está, se lo
Look at that.
autografió.
Is this a good idea? Yes, it is. There you are. It is a token of my love.
Thank you. I love
Ahí está ya.
You know that. I do want to say, begrudgingly,
I'm going to sit down.
Your
What?
legacy in Star Wars is huge. 3PO is my favorite character. I've said it before. A lot of people, 3PO is their favorite character.
Es su personaje favorito de Star Wars, es C-3PO.
On stage or before we have our discussions, I get so many people reaching out to me online to talk about it. And I had somebody reach out to me with a particular, I believe it was on Threads, somebody posted to me, protect Anthony Daniels at all costs. He's a
Anthony Daniels es un tesoro nacional, en serio. Envuélvanlo en burbujas.
I thought that's good for 2 reasons. Number 1, he is very old and brittle. And number 2, if we wrapped him in
Pues
bubble
es
wrap,
que Anthony Daniels ha salido en todas las películas de Star Wars.
Let's go ahead and get our national treasure into the archives, shall we?
Are you serious?
Yeah, let's keep you
Es
safe.
que literalmente lo van a envolver en burbujas. Sí.
Thank you, Lionel. You just come right up here, sir. If you'd help me out, Lionel. Yeah. If you could just hold on to this and spin around like the beautiful dancer you are. There you go. Keep going. Keep going. There we go.
No se les vaya a caer.
Yeah, I think we got it. I think we got it.
Is this so I can go to this 50th celebration?
That's right.
Are we going to do that?
We're making sure that Anthony Daniels safely makes it to the 50th anniversary of Star Wars Celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, he's perfectly fine, Mr. Anthony Daniels. Come on, no, come on with me, bud. Come on, time to put you on the archives.
Okay.
You're gonna be with all the props.
Help me.
No, we're gonna keep you with the sabers. We're gonna keep you with the costumes. Come on over here to
Hola, señor Esqueleto, pizza con hamburguesa. Muchas gracias por pasar a saludar aquí al chat. Estoy viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration desde Japón. Muchas gracias. Buenos días allá en Japón.
Anthony Daniels, everybody. I'm gonna talk to security. Make sure you're on the do not allow list for next year. That's right. That's right.
Por cierto, allá en el escenario hay un chef haciendo esculturas o figuras con verduras, con vegetales. Alright, hey, ¿cómo están todos? Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Estoy transmitiendo por YouTube y por Twitch. Si me están viendo por ahí, por favor, suscríbanse al canal. Denle un like al video. Compartan el link con sus amigos. Pasen a saludar al chat. Aquí voy a estar un rato. Nada más quería ver el panel de Andor y ahorita estoy esperando el panel de Ahsoka y vamos a ver qué más enseñan aquí de la sala de exposición allá en Celebration. Es una escultura de Anakin Skywalker. ¿Quién le hizo? Se ve cool. Pintado a mano.
Which it's a first proto, so we can't show you right now. Maybe next time online. And we have real leather and.
¿Qué hicieron con el cabello? ¿Cómo le hicieron el cabello?
Because it's the highest quality of our brand.
He looks phenomenal. That's wonderful. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Star Wars Celebration exclusives?
We actually have 2 more new products. It's our first reveal. It's the Obi-Wan Ben Kenobi from the episode 4. It's the copy of the
Obi-Wan Kenobi
means the Darth Vader for a long time. And the second one is from the Mandalorian, the Luke Skywalker, where he first appears to save the Grogu. And that's very exciting scene, right? So that's why we picked 2 of the statues.
Excellent, excellent choices. So, Denny Kim, I know you have a little bit more to show us, and I know that it's a little bit cuter. Can you tell us more about the SML series?
Okay,
SML
series are a figure company called the Sticky Monster Lab from
SML
South Korea.
Sticky Monster
It was
Lab.
started by different artists and
Órale.
creators together and found its own
Luke,
distinctive
le
purpose,
cortaron la mano.
and it's the first Star Wars series for the celebration. And we have
¿Están
some
sentados?
exclusive for the
Está
Star
raro.
Wars celebration. It's C-3PO, R2-D2.
Ah, ok. Yeah, ajá, están como sentados en el suelo. Está weird.
Probably have to come by to look.
El Grogu.
Absolutely. For everyone that's here today, definitely swing by the Blitzway booth. And for everybody else watching at home, stay tuned. We have so much more Star Wars Live going on.
All right. Está cool que estén mostrando ahí lo que está en exhibición.
We're here at the Star Wars Celebration Live stage. Love a good action figure. And our friends over at Hasbro, Chris and Hope.
Ah, ok. Este es de Black Series. Estos son de Hasbro.
Here to show off some items and reveal something very
Hoy vi la foto de estas figuras. Son del juego de Jedi Survivor. Creo que es Survivor o Fallen Order. Cal Kestis y otro. Y la rana.
I know I'm supposed to start with Cal Kestis because he's the
Yeah, Cal Kestis que lo hicieron ahí con...
I know that's true, but
Lo hicieron ahí con su mullet, ¿no? Es el Cal Kestis con mullet.
he's really the star of this show. He's the star of my heart. Yes. So let's run
Ahí
through
está
it.
la
You were
rana.
with us yesterday on the panel.
We did, along with a bunch of other stuff for Vintage Collection and Black Series.
Yeah.
We also have Cal here, Mullet Cal. as we-
Mullet.
We've been talking about it, yeah.
Ahí está, con el mullet. Mira ese mullet.
You didn't know you wanted him, but now you do.
Ahí está.
wanted him, Chris. I always knew.
¿Saben qué? Hace mucho que no compro un Black Series.
Are you not getting my emails? Right.
Pero sí me gustaría ese Cal Kestis con mullet. O si alguien me lo quiere regalar,
Or for Kristen, whichever.
mándeme unos $20.
Step here that comes with him. Great character from the game.
We love Scuba Step.
And of course, Turgle. So.
Turtle.
Turgle es la rana.
Fun chant at the panel. Everyone was going,
¿Alguien jugó ese juego de Jedi? Creo que es el segundo Jedi Survivor.
Deserves it. I love it. And the swappable head for Cal Kestis.
Swappable head,
If you're not
lots-
into the mullet, I don't know who among you is not into the Cal Kestis mullet, but just in case, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can clean him up for the.
Yeah.
for the-
Clean him up.
Yeah,
Switch
for
it out.
business.
All right.
Business on one head, party on the other.
Exactly. Yes. Now, I know he's not here on this table, but wasn't there a sweet little baby bantha also on that list?
There was
Yeah.
a sweet baby
Yeah.
bantha.
Is he already in my bag backstage, perhaps? Is that why he's not on this
There's
table?
only one here, and he's
Yeah,
in the
he's
display
in my
case
bag.
over at our booth.
And he's
but,
silky soft.
Yeah,
He's so
lots of
soft.
great hair. The team did an amazing job just
Yeah.
integrating all of that stuff. Teeth.
Yes.
Creepiest of banthas. Yes, it's amazing.
Hey, he's a cutie. No creepy.
He's
He's got white
adorable.
teeth. It's horrible. But
love
yeah,
it so
he's over there, so come check him out.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Along with all the other reveals, the exclusive
Yes.
of Ronan and the droid.
Yes.
Yeah, we've
and
got a lot
some
of
really
stuff.
beautiful stuff.
The
this year,
Hasbro
so.
booth is one of my favorite places to visit, not just because I get to say hi. That's part of it.
That's the fun
but
part.
also because you always do these amazing installations. You know, it's always
you.
some kind of
Dice
beautiful build.
que está bueno el Survivor, Jedi Survivor, Mari Torres.
I'm so excited.
Ya no lo he jugado, nada más he visto como los cinematics, las escenas.
Speaking of reveals,
yeah.
All right,
What's
the last
under
reveal
the
for
bar?
Hasbro of
One more
Celebration.
reveal.
We have a new helmet for everybody.
Okay.
All right. Everybody ready?
Es, ok, es el Death Trooper.
Death Trooper!
Yeah.
Yes, you do!
No cualquiera puede ser un... no cualquiera puede usar un traje de Death Troopers. No, se supone que son Stormtroopers muy altos.
I mean, this is a helmet that we've wanted to do since we first saw
Creo que para Rogue One contrataron a basquetbolistas para usar los trajes de Death Troopers.
Eventually, we get around to every one of your requests.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, this one's special. This one comes from the heart. I feel like a lot of people have been asking for
Está
this
cool.
one, so we're happy to deliver it.
And just the details. I hope we can get in close, but there's this
Ya, lo que sea de Rogue One me gusta mucho.
looks like it's seen some things. It's a little lived
Yeah.
in,
So
perhaps.
subtle weathering. I think that's part of what
Fresh from
I
the
think
Ursula
we try to
homestead.
do to make them feel real
Right.
from the universe is get that weathering not heavy, not overhand,
Right.
just the right amount. And I think
De hecho, saldrá el cómic de Fallen Order. No sé, no he escuchado sobre el cómic de Fallen Order. Ayer hicieron una presentación de libros y cómics, pero no le puse mucha atención.
Lovely. Are we working? Yeah, we're on. These beautiful green, glowing, beautiful lights.
Ah,
on the
ok, se prende.
bottom.
Cool.
So that's a fun sort of if you're cosplaying in the dark. And yeah, of course, we have the spectra sensor on the side, so lots of really fun light up features here. I just love the green against the black. It looks so
Yeah, se ve super
so
cool.
So sick. I love it.
Yes.
Love it so much. All right.
Yeah, and then
Muy bien.
of course, like all our Black Series helmets,
Yep.
it has a full interior in it.
Yep,
and an
adjustable.
headband.
Está cool, me gusta.
Fits all noggins.
It fits all noggins.
Me gusta.
Yeah, it really should.
It's about to fit this noggin.
Yeah, let's
Here it
go.
Yes.
Back in action.
Beautiful.
Looking good.
All
You've
right.
never looked better, Chris.
All right. When will this be
Pero deberían estar más oscuros los lentes, ¿no?
Do you want to dive into details or would you like me to?
Go for it.
Okay, yeah. So this one is going to be up for pre-order on the 18th, so today at 3 p.m. Eastern time for the US. And then I believe same for
Preventa
today as well.
a partir de hoy.
All right. Well, you heard it here first. Thank you so much, Chris and Hope, for joining us.
Ese creo que este sí está cool.
Oh, thank
Can I not put this in my pocket? This
I
turtle.
know.
Is it
No,
you?
We need
no.
a pocket-sized one.
He's a pocket-sized turtle. All right. But
Yes.
we love you. Thank you so much. I promise I won't really.
No lo tires.
You know where to find me.
Yeah,
But thank
we
you so
got
much
you.
for stopping in, and we have even more Star Wars Celebration Live just for you, so don't miss it.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Está cool. El Cal que este es con mullet. Sí, ayer fue el panel de Hasbro, también no lo compartieron aquí en la transmisión. Me hubiera gustado ver el panel de Hasbro. Pero han estado mostrando algunos productos aquí en el live stage. R5.
Happening in the galaxy. StarWars.com is the only place online that is all Star Wars.
Ok. Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Si no me conocen, me presento otra vez. Yo soy Isma de Nerdmigos. Yo soy el creador del webcomic Nerdmigos. También soy el conductor del podcast Nerdmigos. Es un podcast semanal que pueden escuchar en cualquier plataforma donde les guste escuchar podcasts. Y hoy estoy viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration allá desde Japón. Buenos días allá en Japón. Han de ser como las 11 de la mañana ahorita en Japón. Y cada año veo la transmisión de Celebration.
Star Wars: The Old Republic
La
has
Carboni
delighted
otra vez.
adventurers who have wanted to live out their own Star Wars story for 13 years. But the team at Broadsword has put together a trip down memory lane to show the stories that got us to this point, as well as a sneak peek on where the story's headed next. Take a look.
Broadsword, ¿qué es eso? Ah, ok, es un juego. Ah, bueno, es como un resumen de los juegos. Yo creo que es una compañía de videojuegos, ¿no? Y es un Knights of the Old Republic. Nunca he jugado Knights of the Old Republic. The Old Republic.
3,000 years before the stories of Luke Skywalker
3000.
and Darth Vader, Star Wars: The Old Republic is an epic story-driven Star Wars experience in a massive explorable galaxy. With 8 unique origin story paths and
¿Es
hundreds
un
of
juego
story
nuevo
choices
este o qué
across
es?
dozens of planets. Which path will you choose first? Will you fight to protect the Republic or support the rise of the Sith Empire? Will you seek justice or vengeance? Will you find love? Will you fall to the dark side or follow the path of the light? We're thrilled to be here to celebrate how far this game has come in the last 13 years, as well as the new and exciting experiences we're still building each year.
Ok, es un juego que tiene 13. Es uno de esos juegos como open, ¿cómo le dice? Como open world,
Seasonal events, dynamic
mundo
encounters,
abierto.
and more. This is a living, breathing galaxy
Okay.
filled with countless details to explore. And you don't have to do it alone. Make allies or enemies in co-op story experiences.
Creo que sí había escuchado de un juego open world de Old Republic. De vez en cuando, así como cada 5 años mencionan algo sobre este juego. pero al parecer ya tiene 13 años que está ahí activo en internet.
In our current story, Legacy of the Sith, the infamous Darth Malgus has set his sights on the
Malgus.
demise of both the Republic and the Empire.
Está Darth Malgus.
Intertwined in Malgus's plans are the Twi'lek siblings Sahar and Rakan Katine. One, a former Padawan who has lost her way. The other, a protege to the rogue Mandalorian Hedda Cole. And as with all stories in
Está
the
interesante.
Republic, at the center of all of this is
Está
you.
mejor que lo
Through all the twists and turns,
que han mencionado de High Republic, que no me interesa High Republic.
we want to give a heartfelt thank you to everyone who has shared and continues to share their love for this game. From all the developers that have built these experiences, to the actors that breathe life into our stories, to the players who have found home and community in our worlds. We are still here 13 years later because of your love,
13 años, 13 años tiene el juego en línea.
thank you, and may the force be with you.
Ok, pues está bien. Por lo menos les dieron ahí su espacio. Trailer. Nuevo The Broadsword. Yeah, creo que como hace unos 2 años sacaron un trailer de este juego. Darth Malgus.
Shaped by ambition and fear, the desire for power, the need for control, the price of obedience. We allowed corrupt doctrines to dictate the paths before us. No longer. A change is coming to the galaxy, forged from pain and rage and sacrifice. My chains are broken, and now I will break them all.
Legacy of the Sith es como la nueva actualización de este juego en línea. Está bien. Saben que yo no soy gamer. El único juego de Star Wars que yo juego es Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes y es un juego para móvil. Un juego RPG para móvil. Es lo único que juego de Star Wars. Y el único videojuego que juego. ¿Qué más? ¿A qué horas es el panel de Ahsoka? Déjame ver, Ok, entonces el de Andor fue a las 6:30. El de Ahsoka... Uy, todavía falta para el de Ahsoka. A ver, entonces fue 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Uy, va a ser más tarde el de Ahsoka.
Helping to celebrate 50 years of industrial light and magic, we have Lucasfilm's very own Senior Vice President of Creative Innovation, Digital Production, and Technology, a very succinct title. Give a warm welcome to Rob Brado.
Ya, creo que todavía faltan como 2 horas para el panel de Ahsoka. ¿Quién es este dude? Rob Brado. Rob Brado.
Amazing. Right? It's just, there's nothing like Star Wars Celebration, am I right?
Yeah, this is just like a normal day in the office, except there's like 50,000 more people. So it's good to see everyone here.
And no community lunch, no bagel day.
That's right.
You know.
That's right.
Other amazing things, though, other amazing food and snacks. But Rob, welcome to the Star Wars Celebration live stage. You've had a low-key celebration, right? Nothing too crazy going on yesterday. No release of a whole documentary series about the history of ILM or anything.
Did anybody see Light and Magic Season 2?
Yo vi el panel ayer. Vi el panel de Light and Magic temporada 2, que es una serie documental en Disney Plus sobre la historia de Industrial Light and Magic, que hicieron todos los efectos especiales de Lucasfilm y para muchas otras películas y estudios de Hollywood. Estuvo muy suave. Creo que fue de lo que más me gustó de ayer, ese panel de Light and Magic temporada 2.
They weren't possibly the right people to like bring Yoda to life and that incredible Jedi fight in the original prequels and those kind of
voy a checar ese documental porque no sabía que existía. Ya están promoviendo la segunda temporada, yo no he visto la primera.
Yeah, no, and it's one of my favorite things about Star Wars, Lucasfilm, ILM. It's just so many lovely, relatable people. Everybody is just there. They want to do their best. They're so excited to further the craft. There's so much innovation and knowledge in our offices. It's truly, I think I used the word before, but I'm going to say it again. It is staggering. It is awe-inspiring. Walked by John Knoll earlier. That never gets old.
I know. And these are people that are not afraid to take risks, try new things,
Absolutely.
Right? We're going to have a panel tomorrow afternoon, Light and Magic, or no, Industrial Light and Magic 50 years.
Okay.
And we're going to have some people.
Mañana va a haber un panel de Industrial, de los 50 aniversario de Industrial Light and Magic.
Later in their career. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be fun to hear some of the stories that we don't always get to talk about.
Yeah, está super cool. Todas las historias que cuentan detrás de las escenas.
5 decades, 5-0. Pretty fantastic. But what are some of your favorite memories from working at ILM?
I mean, as soon as I had a lunch meeting with John Knoll when I was getting interviewed, and he's like, would you ever want to work on a Star Wars film? And of course, it was a no-brainer. I was immediately in getting to work with the people who created this.
I gotta ask, wait, when he asked that question, are you like, play it cool, play it cool? Yeah, maybe that's fine. Or were you just like flop sweat?
I just was, I was like, you don't even have to pay me. Yes, I want to work on Star Wars. That would be incredible.
You don't even have to pay me. It's fine. I'll do it for snacks.
It is an amazing place, and like you were highlighting, such talented people, but also people who are willing to share everything they know about the craft. So I have to say, I've been now with Lucasfilm and ILM for the last 11 years, and every day I'm learning new things from amazing people around the studio. It's really fun.
Absolutely. If only there was like a whole book about the first 50 years of ILM that we could all enjoy that history lesson.
Yes, has anyone here collected any of the Industrial Light and Magic books? There's a 25th anniversary. I see a few collectors. There's going to be a new book just announced yesterday, the 50-year anniversary of Industrial Light and Magic.
Ok, ayer anunciaron un libro sobre los 50 años de historia de Industrial Light and Magic. Yo no tengo ninguno de esos libros. Tengo algunos artbooks de Star Wars y me gustan los libros de arte de Star Wars. Pero estos, ese suena bien.
Full of stories, full of amazing stories and images that some of which you've never seen before.
I'm sure it has just amazing depth of knowledge. And you and I both have written books, so we know firsthand how hard it is to do that part of the job. Just amazing. I can't believe they got it all in a single volume, honestly.
I mean, it's going to be a thick book. It's going to be a big coffee table book. If you have the 25-year anniversary book, this goes really well with it. It's just as big, if not bigger. But it also goes back to the beginning. It's not just about the last 25 years. It's the whole 50-year history. So if you know anything about making books, when you're trying to get these images that have never been seen before and get permission to put them in a book, it's a big, big job. But there's hundreds of beautiful images in this book. It's going to be, if you're a collector, if you're a fan of Industrial Light and Magic, I recommend it.
That sounds phenomenal. I can't wait to get my hands on it, my grabby hands. But I love talking about the past. I love talking about all the accomplishments so far, but I want to turn our eyes towards the future as well and talk to you for a minute about, visual effects, ILM, always at the forefront of that innovation. What excites you about this continued evolution of special effects, visual effects, and what's on the horizon?
Yeah, as we think about what tools artists are using next, the landscape is changing. If you're paying attention,
Ok, aquí está hablando sobre la evolución de los efectos.
There's a lot of change right now on the horizon.
Efectos especiales, efectos visuales.
Interested in staying on the cutting edge. This is
Es que Industrial Light and Magic siempre ha estado, siempre hace algo nuevo, siempre tiene que crear nueva tecnología cada vez que, cada proyecto en el que participan.
That it's a really interesting time in visual storytelling, in tools for visual storytellers. So we're pretty excited about that. And you're going to see a lot out of ILM in the near future in this area about the new kind of things we're breaking into.
And in the distant past, ILM also launched a podcast that I'm a big fan of, Lighter Darker. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Sí supe de ese podcast de Industrial Light and Magic. Tienen podcast, ¿no? Y he querido escucharlo.
Really finding our groove. We're about a year in. It is so much fun. We talk with filmmakers. We talk about the craft of visual storytelling. So most recently, we just had Bryce Dallas Howard, who is anybody a fan of Bryce Dallas Howard here? She's
absolutely.
She's amazing. She just recently directed, numerous episodes of both Mandalorian and a couple of my favorite episodes of Book of Boba Fett. She's just so talented.
And Skeleton Crew.
And Skeleton Crew.
Yeah.
Skeleton Crew, sí es cierto.
You can't keep Bryce Dallas Howard away from
Entonces entrevistaron a Bryce Dallas Howard en ese
Episodes
podcast.
are so great. So if you're interested at all in, if you're interested in Bryce, you got to listen to the latest episode because she's on that episode and she's fantastic.
Yeah,
And she
sí quiero
shares some
escucharlo.
stories that I don't think she'd had another place to share some of these things that happened on. She talked a little bit about the Book of Boba Fett, her episode of that show, a bunch of different stories. So yeah, Lighter, Darker, the ILM podcast. We'd love it if you want to subscribe. and
Lighter,
take a listen. It's super
Lighter,
fun.
Darker
and
se
also,
llama
one more thing about the
podcast.
podcast. If you're interested, tomorrow at the ILM panel, this is the 50th anniversary panel. We're actually going to record the next episode of the podcast live on that panel. So if you come to the panel, your voice will be in the background cheering on the crew. We're going to have legends from ILM, 5 or 6 of them, 6 legends from ILM on that panel. You're going to get to hear some never before heard stories on that panel. So
You can be in the room where it
join the
happens.
panel, join the podcast.
I love it. All right, and we haven't talked that much about Star Wars, and since it is Star Wars Celebration, I would be remiss if I did not bring up my beloved Star Wars. Yesterday, we learned about Star Wars Starfighter.
Star Wars Starfighter es la película que anunciaron ayer con Ryan Gosling.
Are so excited for The Mandalorian Grogu coming back in the
Mandalorian and Grogu, la otra película de Star Wars que sale el próximo año.
in next year in 2026. But what future Star Wars project are you most excited about, Rob?
Oh, I mean, Star Wars Starfighter is so exciting for me. And for us to have movies lined up that are in production is very, very exciting. The fact that they announced yesterday, we are in production in the fall on Star Wars Starfighter, and we're in post-production on Mando and Grogu. As
Ok, Mando y Grogu está en postproducción y Star Wars Starfighter empieza producción en otoño de este año.
Like hearing what they're doing, crafting that story, I'm super excited about that film, and it's really fun to have. We've got the world that we know of Mando and Grogu. It's going to be super fun, but the world that we don't know in Star Wars Starfighter, so many new things to get used to. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah, ¿ustedes vieron ese trailer de Mandalorian y Grogu? Lo estrenaron ayer en el panel de Celebration, pero no lo han hecho público, pero si lo buscan lo encuentran en internet.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I hear
¿Qué les pareció?
one more surprise for our friends here. One more thing you want to talk
This
about?
does seem like a group that likes T-shirts.
Are you a group that likes T-shirts? Same.
So we've never done this before.
Ok, está cool. Está cool. 50 años de Industrial Light and Magic.
Crew, right? You have to work at ILM to get crew shirts. For the first time ever, we're doing crew shirts on Amazon. You can get the ILM 50th shirt if you want it. Well, I might have a couple here for this crowd, but if you're not within throwing distance, you too can get one of these shirts on Amazon. And I noticed lots of colors, lots of different things. You just, I think there's a QR code they can put up, but I'm sure you can search for Industrial Light and Magic T-shirt on Amazon. And yeah, multiple ways to get this, but I think a couple of lucky people here might get one.
Yeah, all right. I don't know if we can toss them or put them into a
Regálenme una.
I think we're throwing them
perhaps it's safest to toss.
Okay, here we go. Let's see what we can do.
All right, go for it, Rob.
Anybody interested in an ILM 50th shirt? That was a good throw.
Amazing. All right, but if you weren't one of the lucky folks who just caught that, you can scan the QR code now right below us and pick up your own on the shop. But thank you so much for stopping by the stage to talk with us. Always a pleasure. We're just at the beginning of day 2 of Star Wars Celebration Live, so you know there's a lot more coming. Stay tuned.
All right. Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta tarde. Yo soy Isma de Nerdmigos y hoy voy a estar viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration allá en Japón. Si me están viendo por YouTube o por Twitch, por favor suscríbanse al canal, denle un like al video, compartan el link con sus amigos nerds. Pasen a saludar al chat, aquí voy a estar un rato viendo Star Wars Celebration. Neck dice, está brutal el trailer de Mandalorian temporada 2. Mandalorian temporada 2. Sí, ayer fue el panel de la película de Mandalorian y Grogu y mostraron un trailer y se ve cool. Quisiera verlo en buena calidad, pero no lo han hecho público. Pero si lo quieren ver, búsquenlo ahí en alguna parte en internet, lo van a encontrar. Alright, joyería de Star Wars. ¿A alguien de ustedes le interesa la joyería de Star Wars? Anillos, collares, pins. No son pins. Inglés y japonés. Son pins. Broches.
Yeah, this is our Mando Beskar set.
Yeah.
It's got the
Beskar.
Grogu's necklace and a little pin.
Sí, no creo que yo compraría nada de esto.
Crystal from Andor and Grogu's signet that the armor made him. And pins.
Pins, a lo mejor los pins se ven cool.
Come by Jewelry Brands and say hello.
I am especially loving Thrawn's ranking badge. It looks incredible.
It's wearable. It's got magnets on the back, so you can wear it inside your shirt, and it's wearable.
Ahí está, eso está cool para su uniforme de oficial.
If you're here with us today, come by the booth and check out all this incredible merch. I myself am going to get a bunch of earrings because they're just too fantastic. And for everybody else watching,
Pues los pins se ven cool. Me gusta ese look de piloto estilo manga. Alright, ¿qué sigue? ¿Qué sigue? Oh, ya están haciendo ahí en la cocina.
And you probably have seen here on our Navarro set our amazing Star Wars carving sensation sensei. It's Oki with Cookie right here.
Hello, everyone.
Entonces a la gente que entrevistan ahí en este escenario, en el live stage, les están dando una figura ahí de verduras, de vegetales.
Oh my gosh. So these look really sharp. Are these scalpels?
Yes, this is a kind of vegetable carving knife.
Yeah.
From
Yes.
our ancestors. Like we've been doing this for
Yeah, parece bisturí.
long time ago. Yes.
Se ven filosos.
It's called mukimono.
Mukimono.
Let's try this. Okay.
Yes.
So
Cuidado, no se ven cortos.
Okay, so I have a mock-up.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
I do. I love the little droid. Love this.
Yes, so we are going
Es
to
el
have
mouse droid.
first experience for a mouse droid. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. So break it down for us. So what's step one?
Step one. Hold like this.
Oh,
Just like pencil. Yes.
Just like a pencil.
Yes,
just
yes.
like that.
And we go.
Como lápiz, lo agarras como
use a
lápiz.
kind of antenna or something like that.
No se vaya a cortar, ¿sí?
For okay, I don't. All right.
I'm gonna do this so everyone can watch. Go ahead. You
Okay.
show me.
So this is going forward, right?
Going forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and
Yeah, we're trying to go forward. Okay, we're going forward. We got it.
Okay, so cut some line here.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. That's good. And cut off from here, like this.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You know?
And take a little
Like
notch
this?
out.
Oh,
Hey!
that's good. That's good for first time. Yes.
Not bad for
Not
being a
bad at
notch
all.
above the
Yes.
rest.
And one more line
Bien.
from here.
Yeah.
And
Lo que sea que hayan estado mostrando aquí en el Celebration,
Same depth. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And going this way.
por más enfadoso que esté,
So the
está mejor que el Ascolite.
Most of the antennas coming out.
Yes. Like this.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay.
Yes. It's kind of big, so.
It's a weird mouse droid.
How's that?
Yes, that's good.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And
My wife would be so proud. I can't cook a
all right.
thing.
So, go this way.
Okay.
All right. And the
Turn it
same,
around.
doing same thing.
So is this step 3 now? Step 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, cut here.
Cut down. Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And like
Amazing.
Ok, déjame ver si ha salido alguna otra
Just like we did
noticia.
the other side.
Yes.
No, it takes a lot of precision, Oki, doesn't it? It takes steady hands. to do
Yes,
this.
exactly. So I'm kind of shaking in front of people.
Oh, you don't need to be. He's doing a great job, right, everybody? Come on.
Oh my God.
You're the expert, bro.
Oki is doing great. We can't really say
Thank you.
the same for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so same depth.
Same
like
depth
this.
again. I
Yes.
see what you're doing. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like going this way.
Uh-huh.
And
Come on,
you
Cam. You can
set
Oh,
up
I can do this.
the
Gil, I know you're
antenna.
cheering me on. Thanks, buddy.
Yes.
Oh, I see. We're going in.
That one's a little bigger, so
My name's Cookie.
takes time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and Cookie, thank you for cheering me on as well.
You're welcome. I got
Nice.
no respect around here.
I'm giving you all the respect, Cookie. Don't you
All
worry.
right. Don't lose a finger, Cam.
I won't lose a finger, I promise. How's
That's
that
good,
looking?
That's good. That's very good.
Yes.
Very nice. Yes.
Oh, it almost looks like
Okay.
a mouse droid.
So the upside
Yeah.
down.
So, how long did it take you just to get this good at carving?
I've been carving for almost, including everything.
Yeah.
Maybe I've been doing for maybe 34 years or something.
34 years.
34 años de experiencia
Star Wars vegetable carving.
cortando verdura.
So I've been in this fight since I was 26 years old.
And you're 28 now. You look so good.
Oh, thank you very much. No.
So we got a notch.
53 now.
Oh, that's fantastic, my friend. So we got the notch, we got the antennas.
Yes, you
Same
have
as you.
antennas.
Ok, aquí parece que ya empezó el panel de Ahsoka. Espero que muestren algo del panel al rato.
Upside down.
Yes.
Oh, I see. I see.
And
Okay.
it's more complicated. But,
Una noticia que salió ahí del panel de Ahsoka es que la próxima semana empieza la producción.
Yes, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Temporada 2 de Ahsoka. Empiezan a filmar la próxima semana. Son 8 episodios. Todos los escribió Dave
It's very
Filoni.
therapeutic. You know, it's very like calming, like you know.
Yeah, maybe.
It's very
yes.
calming to do this.
Mildly terrifying
You
that
can
you
say
think
that.
anything
Okay.
involving knives is
And-
therapeutic.
It's true. It's true.
And the other side.
Other side.
Yes.
Oh, other way now. Okay,
Yes.
I see.
So cut this, right?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What do you guys think so far? How's this looking? How's it looking?
That's very good, actually.
No
Yes.
saben nada, dude.
Actually, you sound a little surprised, Oki.
Quisiera que mostraran las figuras que ya tiene hechas ahí. Tiene un R2.
So do the same thing to get another one of the
Parece que
tires,
tiene un
right?
R2 en
So we
Yoda.
have to go flat, the middle part.
The middle
we
part?
don't need this, so
Oh, we
we
don't.
cut off. Be
No.
careful with the fingers, like this.
You make that look so easy, Oki. My gosh. You're just like, just go for it. All right, here we go.
That's
Get
why
rid of
he's the master.
He is the master. My gosh.
Yes.
Now, Oki, I want to know, do you carve anything besides just vegetables?
Anything?
Yeah. What else do you carve?
¿Qué más corta?
Carrots.
I like vegetable carving, and also I carve like here for like champagne cork.
Wait.
Like
Ah, ok. También
Look at this.
hace cortes de corcho. Estos están cool. Estos son de corcho, con corcho de champaña.
I'm glad I'm carrying this like Darth Vader or so on.
My goodness. What else? You have so much down there.
I have 12 of this today, but I'm not sure I didn't use it or I used one also.
Amazing.
I just carrying.
Now,
Or-
if anyone wants to try this at home,
Okay.
what would you say
La soca.
the easiest vegetable to start with is?
Good questions.
Thanks.
Yes, very nice.
The
This
first
one.
time for everything.
Sweet potato. Okay.
A sweet potato
Yes,
is
yes.
easy.
Ok, con camote es como si quieren empezar a hacer este tipo de figuras, a cortar vegetales para este tipo
Oh, yeah, sure.
de figuras, recomiendo empezar con
Yes,
camote.
radish. So that is so kind
Camote crudo, pues.
too white and clear,
Yeah.
and it's a little bit soft.
A little bit soft.
Yes,
Yeah.
so
Okay, so
it's
that's a good one to
good.
start with.
Yeah, no, it's too soft.
Oh,
so
too soft. So you
yes.
want to start with the sweet potato.
So like this dangerous, you know.
Oh, it's too dangerous. Yeah.
Sometimes.
That's why you gave me
So this
something
one
a little
better
stronger.
with
Yeah.
if you're doing this for I suggest you to
Using gloves.
yes,
Now
first
you're
time.
telling me to wear gloves?
yes. But
So I'll just do this. I'll just be very,
I'm a
very, very
strict
careful.
teacher.
I love it.
Okay.
Have you been teaching a long time? Do you teach others to do this?
I sometimes yes.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Do you find that it's easier to teach people or droids how to cook?
Oh,
and carve?
droids.
Yeah.
Droids, definitely,
We
right?
were fighting yesterday.
You were.
Yes, but it's getting better relationship. So getting better. Maybe tomorrow is much better. I'm not sure.
All together, we're better
Yeah.
together.
We are best friends, or we're going to be.
It's going to be, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
so that's the secret. Okay.
Kampai.
Just have a little swig, a little sake in
All right.
between. Is that what we're doing here?
Maybe later.
Maybe later. Maybe later. Okay, so how do we wrap it up here? So what step are we on?
So we like to keep only this four
Yeah.
shapes. This is for tires, right?
Well, yours look like tires. Mine looks like, I don't know what it looks like. But keep going.
Ahora van a hacer las
This
llantas.
way, same depth
Yeah.
and same depth.
Uh-huh. Oh, I see what we're doing. Okay, we're going to get the actual tires
to
out.
peel off like this.
Just like that. Okay. Look at this. How do you think it's looking, everybody? How's it looking?
Like this. That's good. Oh, great.
Oh,
Nice.
look!
Nice.
Two tires!
So close.
Yes.
So close.
And
all the way around, we do the same thing?
Yes.
This is real easy
same
to do
thing.
because it's pretty, repetitive here. To make just the two antennas and the two tires. And you two can have the best culinary Star Wars get-together with your neighbors, right? For a movie watching night.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think that would be amazing.
I have to do that. Okay.
Look at that. Yeah.
Maybe that's...
Hey, Cookie, what do you think of this? I mean, it's not as precise as I'm sure you would do.
I mean, it's pretty okay for your first vegetable, but I think maybe let's keep going and we'll see how it goes next time.
Next time.
Okay.
That's good. How do we
That's
wrap
nice
it up? How do we wrap it up there, my friend?
Wrap it up. How do you...
Yeah, so what's next?
What's next? That's it.
Or is that it? Look, everybody, I did it!
Yes. Great.
Good job, Cam.
Now, are we getting a side-by-side here? Let's get a little side-by-side. Look at that. Come on.
Everybody,
Well, I can
let's
tell
up
who's
it.
who's.
Thank you. Very good.
Thanks,
Okay.
Oki.
Más o
Very good
menos.
for the first time, yes.
I appreciate that, and we so appreciate all of the work you are doing here. Aren't we impressed with all of his work, my friends?
Yes,
Thank you
absolutely.
very much. もうね、ほんまにここにおるような人じゃないんですよ、僕も本当に。ほんまに。
Well, it's
overwhelming.
Oh, we're so glad to have you here. Cookie, thank you so much for helping me along
Thank you
and
very much.
really, keeping me honest.
You're
Keeping me
very
honest.
welcome. I do my best, and yes, this is very overwhelming. 私は本当にそのことができない。
It can be overwhelming, but it can be a lot of fun. Am I right, everyone? Well, so much more fun is going to continue right here with Star Wars Celebration live in Japan. Stay with us. Thanks, Oki.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very
Hey,
much.
la segunda temporada de Andor se estrena el martes. Aquí voy a estar viendo los primeros 3 episodios. Es este martes 22 de abril. Si me quieren acompañar o si quieren ver... si de todas maneras van a ver los 3 episodios de la segunda temporada de Andor, los primeros 3.
Hey guys,
Los pueden ver aquí conmigo en el stream.
Rancho Obi-Wan booth, which is so exciting. I've always wanted to go, and I'm here with Anne to tell us a little bit more about everything that's going on here. Hi, Anne.
What's
Hi,
this?
Reina. Thanks for stopping
Ah, Rancho
by.
Obi-Wan.
We are
Ok,
so
ok.
excited to be here at
Es
Celebration
la
Japan.
esposa de Steve Sansweet, ¿no?
Is the creation of Steve Sansweet, who is the head of Lucasfilm Fan Relations, and he
Bueno, no sé si es su
was a
esposa,
fan of
pero
Star
es...
Wars since 1976.
Tienen,
He built up a huge
tienen el
collection,
booth de
and he
Rancho
housed
Obi-Wan
that in
allá
a
en Japón.
museum, a private museum called Rancho Obi-Wan. To encourage folks to stop by, we're doing some fan art. Rancho is all about the force of imagination, and we love fan
A ver
art.
si algún día voy
We
a
want to
Rancho
fan
Obi-Wan
art here in the booth.
allá en
All of these
California.
sketch cards, we're going to go to Row
Sería cool.
and become part of the permanent Rancho Obi-Wan collection.
That's fantastic. You just mentioned a little bit about the future. What can we look forward to with Rancho Obi-Wan? Is it going to expand?
Right. So we really want to preserve the legacy that Steve has created in Rancho Obi-Wan. And so our new project is to combine 4 of the world's largest Star Wars collections. So it would be Steve Sansweet's, Gus Lopez, Duncan Jenkins, Lisa Stevens, and Vic Wertz. Their 4 collections will combine to make one public-facing museum that folks can come and visit anytime. And we're going to call that the Saga Museum of Star Wars Memorabilia.
That is such a perfect name. I absolutely love that. Wow, I am so excited when I hear about the community coming together and preserving everything it is to be a Star Wars fan. I love that. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
And to everybody back at home, keep watching Star Wars Celebration.
All right, ¿quién sigue? Trooper Samurai. Ojalá mostraran más del cosplay que hay ahí en la sala. Ok, ese es Galaxy's Edge. ¿Alguien de ustedes ha ido a Galaxy's Edge en Disneyland o Disney World? ¿Ya conocieron esa área del parque? Galaxy's Edge. Yo fui hace unos años al de Disneyland. Y pues lo mejor es el Millennium Falcon, que te puedes tomar una foto con el Millennium Falcon. No me alcancé a meter al ride de Rise of the Resistance, así que todavía no conozco ese ride. Había mucha gente, había mucha fila, no entré. Todo lo demás son tienditas. Es como un centro comercial de Star Wars. Galaxy's Edge. Galaxy's Edge. Ahora, mientras... No sé si van a entrevistar a alguien más. Pues aprovecho para invitarlos a escuchar el episodio más reciente de Nerdmigos. Busquen el episodio de Nerdmigos en su plataforma de podcast favorita. O en nerdmigos.com. En el episodio más reciente de Nerdmigos, que se estrenó apenas el lunes, platicamos sobre USS Callister Into Infinity, el episodio de la 7ª temporada de Black Mirror. Chéquenlo. Este es un preview de Andor temporada 2. Así que aquí ponemos un anuncio de nuestra camiseta de Andor. Pueden comprar una camiseta de Andor en la tienda Nerdmigos, recuerden.
But if I'm giving up everything, I want to win. We have to. We must stand together. We will be crushed.
Resistance is
Está Krennic.
It's a weapon. They're building a weapon. The monster will come for us all.
The monster will come for us all.
You're right here, and you're ready to fight.
Sa Guerrera.
There's a future here for those who dare. Welcome to the rebellion.
Welcome to the rebellion es una frase de Gina Carano. Un saludo a Gina Carano.
Hey everybody, coming to you from my favorite area of the entire show.
Young
the Kids
Jedi
Corner.
Adventures.
Doing great. Super excited to see all the fans, so can't wish for anything else. It's been great.
Absolutely. This is like a dream come true. Being in the Kids Corner is making me miss my kids so badly. Tell me exactly what she's missing.
Oh my god, so many things for all 3 days of the event. We'll have our favorite Pooba from Young Jedi Adventures.
Ok, esos son los cosas para niños ahí en Celebration. Ok, ahorita regreso. No se vayan.
Rotational kids content from Lego Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy, as well as Fun with Nubs, our Lego shorts, and then also our Star Wars Lo-Fi. And then we have our Lego Build Workshop all around for kids to be able to build whatever they like and then display it for the rest of the convention to see. And we also have a display area for crafts and activities, and they'll be able to pin up all their drawings and illustrations from their day and then show for the rest of the convention.
I love that so much. All right, where can I get me one of these lightsabers?
Oh, right when you enter, we'll be giving away lightsaber balloons, so make sure you get yours.
Yes! I want one now. Can I have one now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
racing. It is truly a dangerous sport.
All right, I'm back.
Saw you working on your pod last night.
Hey,
Can it race?
muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Estoy viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration desde el live stage en Japón. Vamos a ver si hay más noticias de Star Wars. Estamos esperando el panel de Ahsoka temporada 2. Me imagino que como en una hora más o tal vez ya empezó. No están compartiendo aquí todos los paneles, pero espero que compartan el de Ahsoka. Realmente no tienen nada que mostrar, apenas van a empezar a filmar Ahsoka temporada 2 la próxima semana. Entonces espero que muestren el panel, ¿no? con Rosario. Sé que Rosario Dawson está ahí en Japón ahorita.
Over at ILM who brought us such greats as Vader Immortal, a Star Wars VR series, and Star Wars Tales from Galaxy's Edge, probably my favorite thing in VR, recently announced their new upcoming mixed reality experience. Here to tell us more about Star Wars Beyond Victory is director Jose Perez III
Star
and
Wars
executive
Beyond
producer
Victory.
Alyssa Finley. Welcome to the celebration. So I've loved everything you've done since Vader Immortal and, of course, Tales from the Galaxy's Edge has been so fun. Tell us a little bit about Beyond Victory and how it's different.
So Beyond Victory is a mixed reality experience, and we have 3 different modes that we have in this. So we have an adventure mode where you get to play as Volo Bolas, who's an up-and-coming pod racer, and gets taken under the wing.
I'm sorry, pod racing?
Did you say pod racing? Yes, I did.
Pod racing.
If I say it again, do we get more? Just pod racing? And
Now,
Volo-
watch what gets the most applause. Now this is pod racing.
I was going to get there, but you beat me to it. That's fine. That's fine. Well, wait a minute. One of the characters in there, this might get some applause, that takes Volo under their wing is Sebulba.
Sebulba.
Now wait a minute. You're telling me that we are getting trained by Sebulba?
It's been like 22 years since that horrible accident that jerk kid, did back then, and so now it's a new
Honestly,
world.
unfair. He cheated.
Who, Sebulba or Anakin?
Anakin. Not allowed to use the Force. Come on.
Interesting theory. So we have 3 different modes in it. So we've got like a cool story adventure mode where you get to go through and really get to experience like kind of full-on virtual reality and some mixed reality. And then we have an arcade mode where you get to drive around pod racers on this cool holo table. And we have a thing that we're not showing too much of yet, which is called Playset, where you actually get to play with some really cool virtual action figures in our future world that we live in.
Amazing. So this up-and-coming pod racer, tell us about Volo Bolas and what they're about.
Volo is a kid who's growing up under the reign of the Empire. He's having a hard time. They're having a hard time, and they are trying to figure out what to do. So they're working for a garage, fixing pod racers, and one day Sebulba walks in and is like, "Hey, you need a mentor?"
Sebulba.
Opportunity knocks, right?
That is a uniquely generous moment.
Suena como algo que nunca hubiera pasado en el Star Wars de George Lucas. Sebulba ofreciendo
Volo's pretty naive, and is
entrenar
in the story. We have a
a un
free
pod
comic book
racer.
at the MetaQuest booth. If you go over there, that you can check out and see that. And so that grief and that naivety. That's the word.
Naivete.
Naivete is something that definitely comes into play when Sebulba shows up and starts helping them along their journey.
Yeah. Now, you said, this has been 22 years, so that puts us roughly in the era of Solo, a Star Wars story.
Yeah.
Tell me what made you set it right around there, and why is kind of name-checking Solo an important thing for this?
I think it's really more about the reign of the Empire, and that's the era that we're in. And so it's just that idea of you've got these everyday people that are struggling, being oppressed by this horrible empire, and have a garage
Struggling.
that's falling apart. And so, all of these things come together to have this kid that can get swept away with some people that might not be the best, and see how that all turns out.
Okay.
All right. Aquí nomás estamos esperando noticias de Ahsoka temporada 2. Y también estamos esperando a ver si entrevistan a alguien de Andor, porque acaban de hacer el panel de la temporada 2. Estoy seguro que ahorita van a entrevistar por lo menos a Tony Gilroy, a Diego Luna. Ojalá.
They ignored it. That's fine. Yeah, there was like, no.
Ojalá los pasen aquí al live stage.
Yeah. So you're saying you want us to make the Darth Vader hand-holding simulator next? The people have spoken.
The people have spoken.
The people have spoken.
Yeah, take notes. I see you all down there.
I have spoken.
I have one job.
Okay.
To make that for you.
Yeah, thank you. No, but so the mixed reality thing.
So when you're in full VR, and we do have full VR in Beyond Victory, we use it for the biggest cutscenes, the biggest moments. You're in there. You see everything. You are living in that world. When you're in mixed reality, we let you have this thing called a holo table. It's basically a play space. You can make it the size you want it to be. You can see your action figures walking around your living room, but you can also see the world. You can see everybody else. You can see your dog.
Right.
So it integrates the play into your space in a way that I think is really powerful and lets us really play with some storytelling in ways we haven't done before.
Well, I think what was interesting to me is when I kind of looked at it, the holotable thing is great because it really is like if you grew up with kind of slot cars or remote control cars or something like that, you have this like space that you can make as big or as small as you want to race those things around on. But you also have ways, and this I think is so important, other people can see what's going on. It's not just you in this helmet playing by yourself. And you have ways for like other people to stand around and see this table too.
Yeah, you can like cast to a screen, so while you're sitting there playing with these virtual toys and this virtual holo table, other people can kind of see and experience that. It's one of the reasons.
¿Por qué no muestran?
For me, it's like when I think
¿Por qué no
about
muestran lo
project,
que
when I was a kid in the 80s,
cómo funciona el juego?
You'd go to the movie, you'd get this really cool story, then you'd hit up the arcade, you'd do some arcade stuff, then you'd go home.
Yeah, show, don't tell. Muestren de lo que están hablando.
Taking that same concept and like how do you do that in this weird future world, and being ILM, it's always about like how do we push on this stuff and try to do something we've never done before, and so yeah.
It's really fascinating. It does have an almost party game mode to it. I saw that there are like people over at your booth that are like screaming and shouting when people are pulling off cool things in the pod. And that's just not something that you can get. Like VR is great for a million things, but it's very cool to be able to be in a room with other people and not feel like you're closed off.
Yeah. Well, and the arcade mode has like a leaderboard and stuff, and so it's like people are trying to get to first and you're trying to get the high score, and there's always a lot of excitement when you're like, I'm about to win, and that one pod racer goes meow, and just like zips past you. So yeah.
Amazing. So if people want to get their hands on this and they're here at Celebration, where can they do that?
Hall 4, booth 20-5. And we do have a free Celebration exclusive comic book if you come by.
There you go.
Oh,
if you want a pod racing
free comic.
That's where to go get it. And then do we know when everybody else is going to be able to get their hands on this?
One of these days.
One of these days, baby.
Ah, come on.
Still working on it.
Hold on. This stuff takes a while. You know what I mean? It looks amazing. I cannot wait to jump in and check out this new high-paced experience. Thank you so much for stopping by. Please stop by the ILM and MetaQuest booth if you're here to get a closer look. I appreciate you all coming by. This looks awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I want to mention again.
All right. Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Estoy viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration live allá en Japón. Y aquí voy a estar un rato. Si me están viendo por YouTube y por Twitch. Por YouTube o por Twitch. Por favor, suscríbanse al canal. Denle un like al video.
Hi again, friends. It's me.
Pasen a saludar al chat. Aquí voy a estar un rato. Audio Técnica. Ok, esto es en japonés. ¿Alguien sabe japonés? ¿Alguien en el chat sabe japonés?
の製造から始まった会社なんですけれども、今だとヘッドホンであったり、プロフェッショナル用のマイクロフォン、マイクだったり、ターンテーブル等々を手掛けているブランドになっています。で、今回はスター・ウォーズセレブレーションというところでちょっとご一緒させていただくので、もろもろご紹介させていただければと思います。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。Star Wars Celebration Live での限定商品のご紹介。
Hey, nice. Hey, necesito nuevos audífonos, Y de hecho, estos audífonos que tengo son de esa marca Audio-Técnica. Qué casualidad. Ya saben qué regalarme para mis cumpleaños, unos audífonos de Darth Vader de Audio-Técnica.
何が特別かというと、今回この会場で10台のみの販売になってます。実際にこう見ていただくとですね、いろんな角度から見ていただくといろんな表情があるっていうのを実際に体感していただく素晴らしい機会かなと思っております。あと右側と左側で違う絵が使われてるんですけれども、こちら今映っている赤い方っていうのは革新的な蒔絵の技法、そして反対側は古典的伝統的な蒔絵の技法を使った商品になっています。これを実際に楽しめるのはこの機会だけなので、ぜひブースに足を運んでいただいてご覧になってください。
では限定品のヘッドフォンのルックスだけではなく、オーディオのこともちょっと。
Qué casualidad, mi marca de audífonos.
もちろんオーディオブランドですので、音にもこだわりを持って今回製品を作らせていただいています。今回の製品の専用のチューニングを行っておりまして、その際にチューニングするとき、いろんな曲を使うんですけど、今回はスター・ウォーズの楽曲を使用したチューニングになってます。でその音をこの中のダース・ベイダーの瞑想室、メディテーションルームを模したこの部屋の中で実際に楽しむことができます。この部屋は少し暗くなって本当に音だけにフォーカスできるような空間になってますので、ぜひブースに来られた方は体験してみてください。
体験してみたいですでは次にワイヤレスヘッドフォンの方をご紹介ください。
はい、今回もう一つ
Yo quiero los de Darth Vader.
こちら4種類をご用意させていただいています。こちらは会場限定ではないんですけれども、こちら会場の先行発売ということで、一般の方よりも先に手に入れることができます。で今回キャラクターがこちら4種類、当然人気のダース・ベイダー R2D2 に加えて最新のマンダロリアン、グローグ2種類ご用意がございます。でこのブースに来ていただくと4種類の音すべてが楽しめます。でこの音っていうのがそれぞれキャラクターごとに違う音が入ってまして、なおかつ劇場と同じサウンドを今回搭載しているということで、これも今までにない製品かと思っております。こちらで試せるので、もしよかったらまたお越しください。
That is incredible. I'm in Star Wars. If you guys are on the show floor this weekend, you absolutely have to check out the Audio-Técnica booth. I cannot wait to try them myself. Thank you so much for showing us everything.
Audio-Técnica. Está un comercial de Audio-Técnica. Ahora, ¿quién sigue? ¿Una entrevista? Me imagino que Diego y Tony Gilroy. Let's see.
Our next guest is a man of many talents. A representative of Naboo, a Jedi, Grogu's rescuer, and recently even a
Es Ahmed Best.
figure. Seriously, he is the best at everything. Give a big welcome to Ahmed Best.
Ok, ayer en el panel de Light and Magic temporada 2 estuvo Ahmed Best y contó una historia muy interesante sobre Attack of the Clones. Yo no sabía que Ahmed Best ayudó a diseñar la coreografía de la pelea de Yoda contra Count Dooku en Attack of the Clones. Entonces fue entre él, Ahmed Best y Rob Coleman de efectos visuales. Entre los dos hicieron la pelea, diseñaron la pelea. No sabía eso, estuvo suave la historia. Ahmed Best, Jar Jar Binks y The Best Jedi, Keller and Beck.
A lot of rescued younglings.
That's my boy.
Yeah.
It's my guy.
Jar Jar.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I've had dreams that started like this. I was definitely less clothed, though.
Oh no.
Try to make that real a little later. What's happening?
Oh, Ahmed, it is so good to see you. We're so happy to have you here on the live stage.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's great to be here. It's great to be here amongst the family of Star Wars fans. The community.
And you have been a part
Darth
of the family
Jar Jar
for
Lego Star Wars. Ajá, también interpretó a Darth Jar Jar en la caricatura de Lego Star Wars.
20 plus, because it is the 20th of Revenge of the Sith.
It is, yes.
And
20 aniversario de Revenge of the Sith.
but you also
¿Alguien de ustedes va a ir a ver Revenge of the Sith en el cine? Creo que se estrena la próxima semana.
from that specific film?
Reestreno de
I
Revenge
feel
of the
like
Sith.
all of the Star Wars trilogies, we are all, it's like a weird high school reunion. Every time we see each other, we just kind of all clump together. And, you know, these movies take so long to make because of all the VFX. So we all have to, like, go away for a couple of years and then we come back. So coming back to do Sith was wonderful, just to get to see everybody again. And at that time, like, a lot of the guesswork for Jar Jar was already figured out. So I had to do a lot less. So it was actually really weird for me to just, like, be there and be the actor, and I didn't have to, like, run around ILM back and forth all day long.
You're like, this is too easy. I'm not
Yeah,
even doing
it
any
was a little.
jumping
I was like,
jacks
wait,
or
where's all of the people that are supposed to surround me and take all of these pictures?
no backflips, no nothing.
No back. I was just Senator Binks by then.
That's right. You were very dignified
I
in
was
Revenge
very
of the Sith.
bureaucratic.
Yes. All right. Besides Jar Jar Binks, I know we could talk about Jar Jar all day.
Yes,
We could chant
can.
about Jar Jar all day. And we love Jar Jar. But more recently, you've also stepped into the Jedi robes as Master Kelleran Beck.
Kelleran Beck.
That was fun.
Another absolute favorite for this crowd. I can hear it.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about being on the ground to help build that character where he first appeared in Jedi Temple Challenge.
Yeah, Jedi Temple Challenge was this very wonderful
Ah, sí es cierto.
show that we
Era un show donde participaban niños, ¿no? Inspirado en Star Wars y él era el anfitrión y ese era el personaje de Kelleran
like one
Beck.
of my secret fantasies. Like, I've always wanted to be a talk show host.
You can come up here and be a talk show host.
And then I wanted to be like a game show host, right? Because I grew up in kind of like the golden age of
Es un game
shows.
show.
And so when I was approached to do Jedi Temple Challenge, I jumped at it and I loved it. And they were just like, and you get to create your own Jedi. And that's like my wheelhouse, because the Jedis have always been my favorites. And I have always wanted to be a Jedi because of, like, you know, I grew up a martial artist. I've been doing martial arts all my life. And I always wanted to do, like, martial arts in Star Wars. And so when they were just like, oh, you get to be a Jedi and you get to create your Jedi, I jumped at the chance. And so I created Kelleran Beck. And I created Kelleran Beck to be, like, really layered as a character with a backstory. But my biggest thing about Kelleran was, like, you know, there have been a lot of reluctant Jedi teachers in Star Wars, right? Like, Obi-Wan was a bit of a reluctant teacher to teach Luke. Yoda was reluctant to teach Luke as well. You know,
I think that's a Luke problem, honestly.
Yeah, it might be. There might be something about Luke. He was just a tough student. He was too old. And but also, just like in Phantom, right? There was always this thing about teaching Anakin, right? So the Jedi kind of came off as just like, I don't know. I wanted Kelleran to be, like, really excited about being a teacher. I am a teacher. I love teachers, and teachers were always, to me, superheroes.
Shout out to teachers.
Right? And I've always revered teachers as superheroes. You know, here are these people.
Yeah, okay,
who come in
está
every
cool.
day and they take care of their
Entonces,
children and
él
educate your children.
interpreta a Kelleran Beck, que es un maestro Jedi, y mencionó que algunos Jedi que han mostrado en Star Wars realmente no se ven así como muy emocionados por por enseñar, por compartir el conocimiento, siempre aceptan a un Padawan así como muy a fuerzas o por compromiso o porque alguien más se lo pidió. Y, y él cuando creó este personaje de Kelleran Beck pensó en un Jedi, un maestro Jedi que le da gusto enseñar, que lo hace por gusto, por vocación. Entonces está interesante y qué bueno que le dieron la oportunidad como de crear su propio Jedi. Está interesante eso.
And when you walk onto a Star Wars set, it's unbelievable because here's this thing that you dream about doing. You never think that you would do it, and then you're there, and then you walk on, and it's this world, and the world is there. And I must have looked ridiculous on day one of Phantom Menace because there's this mouth hanging open like I can't believe I'm here. When we did Jedi Temple Challenge, those sets were so good that every time a young person walked onto that set, you saw that same look, and they were just like, I can't believe I was in Star Wars. And it touched me so much that it was just that joy was infectious. Oh. And I was just really happy to see these young people step onto this set and have that kind of excitement.
Yeah, no, it's just
Cool.
a brilliant set. Love that we stepped into a game show and tried something new. And then, it's a...
Digo, no me gusta la idea del game show de Star Wars, pero qué bueno que usaron ese mismo personaje para Mandalorian, ¿no? Que fue el Jedi que salvó a Grogu de la Orden 66.
And you were done with Kelleran.
I was not done with Kelleran Beck. So Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni called me.
We know them.
It's a couple of upstarts. I don't know if you know those guys. One of these days they'll make something of themselves, those two. So they called me, and I've known Filoni for a long time because of Clone Wars. I did Clone Wars with Filoni. And Jon Favreau I had never met before, but I was such a huge fan, like from Swingers to Iron Man to all of the stuff that he's ever done. Like I was a huge fan. I even like that movie. Did you ever see that movie where he played like a gangster / bouncer? I think it was called like Maid or something like that. But it was like this obscure movie that nobody liked. It was like him and Vince Vaughn. I loved it. So I was a big fan of Jon Favreau. So when I got the call, they were like, "You want to talk?" And I was like, "Yes, I definitely want to talk." So I went there and to their office, and they were just like, "Yeah, we want you to be in season 3 of Mando." And I was like, "Great! Like, what am I gonna do?" You know? And they were just like, "We want you to save Baby Grogu."
Okay.
And then I was like, "It's about time."
There's no more important job.
Y salvó al Baby Grogu, Baby Yoda.
Yeah, it was pretty great. I mean, the question mark of Baby Grogu, who saved him and how did he get to Mando, had always been like lurking. And even I had that question. And then there were all of these fan theories going on. And then when I got the call, I was just like, "Really? You want me to do this?" And they were like, "Yeah. And we want you to have like the coolest 5 minutes in Mandalorian history." And I was like, "I'm in. Let's go."
Yeah. Amazing.
Cool.
And just recently we learned, I think just yesterday actually, that Master Kelleran Beck is going to have a Marvel comic moment.
Okay. Sí, ayer también, hicieron un panel de Lucasfilm Publishing y anunciaron ahí una serie de cómics. Creo que es una miniserie de cómics de Kelleran Beck. Para los que leen cómics de Star Wars.
And when I heard that Kelleran was going to be a part of Marvel, I was like, here is a character that I created, came out of my head, and resonated so much with the fans that Marvel Comics felt it was good to have him as a character in their books. And now it's like everything that I imagined in my childhood is coming true. I honestly, it's really, I can't believe it.
Yeah. No, and I love that for you because you deserve all of the greatest things. We're trying to get through your whole resume, and I can't even do it all because I know we skipped at least one character from Attack of the Clones.
Darth
But
Jar Jar. Oh.
most recently, you also got to make another headcanon dream of mine and a lot of other folks come true by voicing Darth Jar Jar.
Darth Jar Jar. ¿Alguien vio ese especial de Lego Star Wars donde salió Darth Jar Jar? Y ahí está la foto.
People come up to me and go, "Have you heard this Darth Jar Jar?" And it's like, how could I not have heard? It's everywhere. But I usually say, no, tell me about it. What is this thing? But I always wanted to explore this whole Darth Jar Jar thing, right? And so when Rebuild the Galaxy came about, I was just like,
Que por cierto está muy buena, esa caricatura de Lego Star Wars está buena la
I was really excited.
Rebuild the Galaxy.
And I got to do a whole bunch of comedy ad-libbing while we were doing it, which is my thing. I just loved it. It was wonderful.
Is there a line that you remember you improv that's in the season?
A lot of them. I but the I am the Phantom Menace. I've always been the Phantom Menace was totally improv, and it's something that I've been meaning to say for over 20 years.
That's great. And when we last saw Darth Jar Jar, things didn't seem to end so well for poor guy.
I was very despondent about that. I mean, Darth Jar Jar came in and made such an entrance and then had a great fight and then all of a sudden crushed. I was like, what is
No me acuerdo de eso.
Does that mean I'm out of a job?
I feel like having just gone through your resume, you'll never be out of a job. I think there's always going to be some amazing new thing for you on the horizon, I hope, especially in the Star Wars galaxy. But I think we actually have a message here to show the fans.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look. What's the message? Let's see.
Hello, Star Wars Celebration Japan. It's Dan Hernandez.
And I'm Benji Samit.
We're the showrunners, writers, and executive producers of LEGO Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy.
Lego Star Wars.
We've been asked, what's next for Sig, Yessie, and Jedi Bob? Will there be more Darth Jar Jar? Star Wars Celebration fans were excited to announce that their story will continue.
As a lifelong LEGO builder, I wanted to reveal the all-new title, Brick by Brick.
Brick by Brick. Rebuild the Galaxy. Pieces of the Past. Cada vez están más largos los títulos de Star Wars. Ok, Pieces of the Past. Estuvo bueno el primero. Chequen Rebuild the Galaxy.
Rebuild the Galaxy Season 2.
Pieces of the Past. What could that mean? So Sig Riebling and Darth Dev are back for Pieces of the Past.
Yes.
What can you tell us about this, Ahmed? I feel like you're keeping a lot of secrets from me here.
I cannot confirm nor deny what Secrets of the Past is going to be for the next season, but you will definitely see some familiar faces. There will be some characters that you know and love.
All right, keep your secrets.
Rebuild the Galaxy.
I believe we also brought along a new poster to share. Is that right?
Yes, there's a new poster.
Let's see it.
All right. Chewbacca.
There it is.
Ooh, all right.
Hey, Chewie. Y Ahsoka. Hey, está el conejo. ¿Cómo se llama?
Giant Chewie, brick-built Chewie, Jackson.
Jackson, el
Where are my
conejo.
Jackson fans at?
Jackson, yeah.
All right, yes. Sig has an orange lightsaber, I see. That's amazing. And I'm sorry, is that a Brickhead's Ahsoka?
Yeah.
I do believe that is a Brickhead's Ahsoka.
Brickheads.
And I do believe that there is going to be somebody returning to the Star Wars animated world as Brickhead's Ahsoka.
Ashley.
Someone we know, someone we love.
That's cool.
I think it's someone we both know and love. Shall we bring them out?
A ver. A ver.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Star Wars fans from around the world, our Brickhead's Ahsoka is Ashley Eckstein.
Ashley. Brickhead Ahsoka. Ok, esto me gusta por Ashley.
Oh my gosh.
It's like a Clone Wars reunion.
I know it is. It is. I was.
El Jar Jar ese le metieron un lightsaber en la cola.
I have to tell you, I was backstage. I was so nervous.
Oh no, why?
You know what? When I got the call that I was going to be returning as Ahsoka, I cried. I've missed her so much. Thank you. I've missed you all so much. And this has really been a dream come true. I am such a huge fan of Lego. Such a huge fan. I have so many of these Ahsoka brickheads, and now I get to voice her.
Oh, Ashley, you're going to make me cry if you start crying, so it's going to domino.
Everybody stop crying.
Everybody's going to start
We're
crying if
all
Ashley starts
crying.
crying. That's what's going to happen. But Ashley, we love you. We're so happy to have you back here. We're so happy to have you on the live stage. What can you tell us about coming back to voice Brickhead's Ahsoka?
She was so much fun. I had so much fun in the studio with the Lucasfilm animation team and Dan and Benji. It's such a fun story. Obviously, there's no spoilers here. But you know what I love about Ahsoka's storyline in this? And it's such a good representation of Ahsoka because, you know, last time I think I was on this stage, I talked about how Ahsoka lives in all of us. And we've really made Ahsoka's story our own story. We've experienced Star Wars for an entire generation through Ahsoka's eyes. And I think we've all played with Ahsoka. Like, we've literally created our own story through Ahsoka. And that's what this story is about. But you know what? There's so much heart in Brickhead Ahsoka, and we're all going to relate to her. Ahsoka lives in all of us. You're going to love it.
Oh, I cannot wait.
Thank you.
Está bien emocionada.
And Ashley, you mentioned working with Dan and Benji on Rebuild the Galaxy. Do you have any favorite memories from being in the recording booth for this one?
You know, I got to just have fun. I think, you know, you were talking about
Yeah,
this
está
when you were
divertido
with me.
ese Rebuild the Galaxy.
It really is a mix of
Y pensé que iba a salir más pronto la secuela o la continuación, porque sí se quedó como en un cliffhanger. Quedó inconclusa la historia. Pero está muy bueno. Si no han visto Rebuild the Galaxy, está divertida. Está fun.
Use your own voice, your own personality. And Dan and Benji did the same. They were like, just bring yourself to this Ahsoka. What would you say? How would you say it? And we had so much fun. It was like going back to 2006 when I first started recording Ahsoka, and I was able to step right in, step back into her boots, and just have the best time.
She never leaves you.
For sure.
She doesn't. She's a piece of my heart and soul.
Yeah.
Sí.
Yeah, Dan
Y sí le creo, sí le creo a Ashley.
Two of the most open, generous creators of anything Star Wars, and they are huge Star Wars nerds. Like, they love everything about it. They know everything about it, and they're one of us, you know, which makes working with them just so wonderful.
Absolutely. All right, this is such a love fest. I hate to break it up here, but I have to ask I gotta ask a question. Darth Jar Jar has a red lightsaber. Ahsoka has her lightsabers. Who would win in a lightsaber match between Darth Jar Jar and Brickhead's Ahsoka?
Darth Jar Jar.
Oh, we're crowdsourcing.
I don't know if we can answer this question unless you. I mean, Ashley believes she has an answer.
Well, you know what? Since we're building our own galaxy here,
Yeah, we'll rebuild the galaxy.
they wouldn't fight. They would team up.
They would team up, Ashley?
Yeah.
Is Darth Jar Jar going good, or is Rick
might,
as Ahsoka
Jar
going
Jar
bad?
might break good. Who knows?
Break good.
And turn into a Force ghost.
Hey, this is our own canon here. We're going to leave the storyline to Dan and Benji. But Ahmed and Ashley, we would team up.
Definitely.
I believe it. I believe it. And I love Rebuild the Galaxy because it's just a mixed up, crazy storyline. It's just like playing with your Lego at home and just so much fun to continue with Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy Pieces of the Past. I can't wait. It's coming out on September 19th. Thank you both so much for stopping by. This was such a delight.
Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. Don't go away. We're building more Star Wars Celebration Live brick by brick, and you won't want to miss it.
Cool, siempre es un gusto ver a Ashley Eckstein, la voz de Ahsoka. Siempre me da gusto escuchar sus historias detrás de las escenas de Ahsoka y es muy agradable, me da mucho gusto verla siempre. Alright, hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream, muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Estoy viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration en Japón. Y nomás estoy esperando a ver si sale alguna noticia de Star Wars que sea interesante. Si no me conocen, me presento otra vez. Yo soy Isma de Nerdmigos. Yo soy el creador del webcomic Nerdmigos. También soy el conductor del podcast Nerdmigos. El podcast Nerdmigos es un programa semanal donde nos juntamos para platicar sobre todas las cosas geek que nos gustan. Así que en el próximo episodio voy a platicar un poco sobre Star Wars Celebration y las noticias más importantes, anuncios más importantes que salieron de ahí. Los invito a escuchar el podcast Nerdmigos. Lo encuentran en nerdmigos.com o en cualquier plataforma donde les guste escuchar podcast. Busquen el episodio más reciente de Nerdmigos. El episodio más reciente tiene la portada de USS Callister de Black Mirror. Y acaba de salir el lunes. Busquen el episodio más reciente de Nerdmigos que se estrenó el lunes. Díganme qué les pareció. Y esperen un nuevo episodio probablemente el lunes. Y muchas gracias por apoyar a Nerdmigos. La mejor manera de apoyar a Nerdmigos es comprando en la tienda Nerdmigos y escuchando el podcast. Así que muchas gracias. Y ahí está el Grogu. Alright, ¿qué es esto? Recetas. Alright, pues muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Si me están viendo por YouTube o por Twitch, por favor suscríbanse al canal. Denle un like al video, compartan el link con sus amigos nerds y pasen a saludar al chat. Aquí voy a estar un rato viendo esta transmisión de Star Wars Celebration desde Japón. Ahí está un Wookiee rosa. Ya, deberían demostrar más del cosplay que está ahí en la sala. Ok, creo que sigue el panel de Ahsoka, ¿eh? Creo que sigue el panel de Ahsoka. Espero que lo compartan. Ahí está el Wookiee rosa. Creo que vi un Wookiee rosa en Comic-Con, en el Comic-Con de San Diego. Me acuerdo que había un Wookiee rosa. ¿Este el panel? No. Andor temporada 2 se estrena el martes. Aquí voy a ver los primeros 3 episodios de Andor temporada 2 el martes aquí en la noche. Si me quieren acompañar, aquí voy a estar transmitiendo en vivo Vamos a hacer un watch party de Andor temporada 2. Y como le hacemos siempre, no, ustedes no pueden ver lo que yo estoy viendo ni pueden escuchar lo que estoy escuchando, pero si tienen como una segunda pantalla o su móvil, pueden usar una segunda pantalla para ver el episodio aquí conmigo. Aquí no sincronizamos para verlo, para empezarlo a ver al mismo tiempo. Entonces, ese es el martes, si me quieren acompañar, aquí voy a estar en la noche.
Welcome to the rebellion.
Si no muestran el panel completo aquí. Porque hace rato interrumpieron el panel de Andor. Pero si no muestran el panel completo, a lo mejor mañana lo comparten en el canal de YouTube de Star Wars. Ahí está. Aquí
Terrifying on the screen, but absolutely delightful in real life. Please welcome Denise Goff and Kyle Soller.
Ok, es Deidre y Cyril. Una pareja de fascistas. Ahí están.
Oh my goodness, it's wonderful to have you back at Celebration.
Oh my God, thank you so much. This is so overwhelming.
It's big this year, huh?
Yeah.
You took it up to
And
11.
it's in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Wow.
You don't do things by halves. This is intense.
No, we
It's
certainly
amazing.
do not.
Yeah.
We certainly do not. Do you know how mad Tony would be if we did things by halves?
Well, exactly.
Tony Gilroy.
We don't want to let him down.
So I
He's the
believe-
original emperor.
Yeah, so I believe the last time we spoke, the first season had premiered. People had seen things.
Yeah.
But now this, you're talking about how kind of nervous you are. It's because now you guys are here with something to show off that isn't out yet.
Yeah.
And what's that energy like?
I mean, it's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
But the thing is, Genevieve was saying
Deidre
earlier, we
Miro.
do feel like we're sitting on a diamond. I can't wait to show people what has been made and just really hope that everybody loves it as much as we do. Because we really do love it,
Yeah,
right?
it feels incredibly special.
Yeah.
But it also feels like it's moving Star Wars into completely new territory.
Yes.
Bien, no necesitan mover Star Wars, pero sí está muy buena
Diego have achieved on
la
Rogue
serie de
One is they
Andor.
just turned up in season 1, and season 2 is honestly, when I watched it back, I was hit by a juggernaut sucker punch. I
Yeah.
mean, it's huge.
It's really
huge.
good that it's not all coming out at once, because I did it 12 hours in a row.
Oh, se aventó un binge watch.
So
That
I
feels
think
like it would
it's-
be an intense binge watch.
It's
yeah.
too much.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
actually
no.
too much. Oh my God, Kyle, look, somebody has a towel
Whoa,
with you
that's
on
a
it.
Kyle towel.
Oh my God.
Es una toalla con la cara de
They got Kyle
Cyril.
heads. Yes.
I'm
Somebody
gonna
gave
need
me
one of
them.
those.
Listen, we could meet up with Kyle afterwards because he'd like to take that home.
love
Oh my God, that's
This is so
incredible.
good.
It's completely
Who's got
normal.
things of me? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, I do want to talk about this because so many great characters in Andor. It's such a wonderful. I think one of the things that is wonderful about it is such a character-centered, character-first piece.
Yeah.
And your two characters were big breakouts for people, and are.
Don't know what that says about you guys. that you love it so much.
Well, that's the thing. It's not normally characters that we feel very complicated about, right?
Yeah.
We look at the Empire, we look at Imperials, and sometimes we love them because they're kind of Machiavellian and larger than life, and sometimes we hate them. But it's very rare to feel sorry for an Imperial officer. You know?
Yeah, that's going to change, I think.
You can forget about that right now.
Yeah, totally. But you'll get some nice.
I get some
love.
feels.
Yeah, he
Cyril
gets
gets some
some
feels.
Yeah.
But
well, he's just trying. He's just trying to impress his mom, really.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, he loves his mother.
He loves his mom. And how bad can he
He's a
be
good
if
boy.
he loves his mom?
He's a good boy.
Really. Can I say something? This isn't on the cards, but it's very interesting for me. Is it fair to say that your two characters are just like the ickiest couple in Star Wars? Just like so icky.
There's a funky weird.
Yeah.
I think there's a new term we need to come up with in the dictionary. Yeah, weird,
Like
funky
weird.
They're really
funky weird.
Funkily weird,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, individually, I'm kind of like, I hate them in measures, I feel badly for them in measures, and then every time they're together, I'm like, no.
Sí, eso pasó con
Yeah, but I think
con estos personajes, sobre todo el de ella, el personaje de Deidre,
we were shown the other day.
que mucha gente empatizó, ¿no? Estaba sintiendo empatía por este personaje y después como que les cayó el 20 de que pues, es una fascista.
Like his eyes, he does all this kind of talking with his eyes, but then the smile, it's some weird smile that you give her. But we weirded each other out.
Yeah.
It's really good.
We had a silent competition. It was just kind of like, what can I bring to it today that'll make you break?
There was a lot of laughing.
There was a lot of breaking.
Well, I mean, there has to be because you two are such lovely people. You're people. You know what I mean? You're humans at the end of the day. And your two characters are just like really almost trying to outdo each other in how bad they can get.
Yeah.
You know? And so I imagine you have to break.
Yeah, we broke a lot. I just think he's so, like, honestly, I just think he's so brilliant. There's times when, especially in this season, he does some, there's some really insane twists and he'd be coming
Name 3 of
towards
them.
me. I can't, I'm not allowed. Tony is literally backstage.
Tony will fire
But he
you.
does things that I can't help but be like, oh my God, look at what Kyle's doing. so there's like, I get to be an audience and in the character, it's just, it's great. Getting to work with good people is a real treat.
Oh, then everybody seems like absolutely amazing and just
Yeah.
top of their game. I do want to shout out, by the way, since we're talking about people at the top of their game, Catherine Hunter, who plays your mother.
Oh, Catherine Hunt.
I mean,
La mamá castrosa de Cyril.
Catherine is not so much of a well-kept secret anymore, but
Yeah.
you know, in England, she is a dame.
Yeah, she's a
effectively.
legend.
I mean, she's a living legend.
Yeah.
And what she achieves with Edie is, I think, nothing short of magnificent. And then when you plop Edie into Cyril and Dedra's hermetically sealed, weirdo, funky apartment, and she just swans in and blows the place up with her
God, it's so
weirdness. That scene of this dinner party from hell was probably
It's
one
so
of the like
good.
top 3 things.
Yeah, for sure.
This season.
And it's early on, so it's like before things get super dark, you get to see the kind of weird domestic meet the mother-in-law scene. And she comes in like
No, it's-
entirely dressed in color, and Dedra is like, what is going on?
She's spilling
She
her stuff
touches- yeah.
everywhere. She's eating everything.
Yeah.
She's dripping stuff everywhere, and she's just like,
Brilliant.
deal with it.
Yeah, so good.
You've inherited me now.
Yeah,
It's
but
so good.
Dedra figures it out.
Yeah. And I mean, Dedra's sort of journey too. Like, if Cyril's sort of. Both characters have this thing that is both their ambition and the thing that is holding them back, right? Cyril's mother he wants his mother to love him, but she is clearly just a destructive force in his life.
Yeah.
And for
Sí.
you, for Dedra, that's the Empire.
Yeah, totally. And also, what you're seeing is like someone who's indoctrinated. Dedra's been brainwashed from a very young age that the Empire is the one true power, and she can't see outside of that. And actually, it's quite
Long live
tragic
the
because
Empire.
To live that way, neither of these characters have an example of love or intimacy in the way that, Cassian has Marva in the
Yes.
first season, literally telling him what love is and showing him what love is. Neither of these people have access to that. And so I think it's really, you really see the effect of growing up that way. And poor Dedra, she can't have intimacy or love or any of it, but you know, she still does awful things and must be punished.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is she does not have a model of any sort of right and wrong other than good for the Empire, bad for the Empire.
Yeah.
And something that was very interesting to watch you play with Dedra in season 1 was this thing of like, she is smarter than most of the people in the room. She is more dedicated than most of the people in the room. You see a lot of
like
these
me.
Yeah.
No offense, anyone.
Yeah. But you see a lot of that, like, the Empire in Andor is definitely depicted in a way that is unique to sort of newer Star Wars, which is most people are just there for a paycheck.
Yeah, exactly. And they wear like, they're messy and they sit like this. And Dedra's like a pure, thoroughbred Empire.
True believer.
True believer.
Yeah.
And it's what makes her so dangerous. Like, I do think this season gets much darker, you know. In the first season, it was really
good, because the first season, too light, too fun.
Too light, too
funny.
fun.
Too, yeah, it was honestly cartoonish.
Especially all the torture and everything.
Yeah.
Too, I
Yeah.
mean, just not scary enough. But I do think, you know, in the first season, I got to play with the idea, like, everybody fell for her as the girl boss, you know?
Yes.
It's like, oh my God, she's a woman in a man's world.
Yeah,
and
the
all
girl
that, and then
boss.
suddenly she's torturing Bix, and it's like
Sí, era la girl boss y todo el mundo le estaba echando porras hasta que empieza a torturar.
Exactly, and it's really good to play with the
A
idea of,
Bix.
like, whatever you identify as being, it doesn't really matter. If you're a fascist, you're a fascist, and that level, right?
Wow.
I wasn't expecting that. But it's true, and I think that it's really great to by making her female initially in season 1, it's like you got to trick people, you know, and now, but in season 2, she shows what it means when you live inside a system and refuse to see outside the system, and you refuse to walk amongst the other. So the other become the enemy, and you can't live that way. If you live that way, you deny yourself all the things that, you know, make us human. So poor Dedra, I think, oh, this is amazing. You should follow me around. This is brilliant.
No, está interesante lo que está diciendo, sí es cierto.
Wow. Thank you.
Cómo reaccionó la gente con Dedra y luego le cayó el 20 de que era una fascista.
You know, there are through lines here that are applicable to people's lives and to lives in society. I mean, what has the series meant to you as you've been working on it?
Oh man, exactly that. I mean, I think it opened me up to the gift of Star Wars, actually. It's been telling this story for almost 50 years, and it's a story that we've been wrestling with since we came onto this fucking planet, which is, how do we live together harmoniously? Can we do that? How do we exert power over one another? How do we love? How do we sacrifice? What does it mean? And Andor, man, just takes that to a whole new level. And it isn't just applicable to now. You could show it 100 years ago, you could show it 100 years from now. It would resonate even more deeply because it's so universal. It's so potent to our human experience. And because it is so dark and so much darkness happens in season 2, you're broken open to actually confronting yourself, going, there has to be another way. And I
It's
think
like an empathy gym. You know, fiction is an empathy gym. It's where we can find a way to empathize that is maybe feels a bit safer than if you're watching pure, like, the news or whatever. You know, if you have great storytelling, it can open you up to all sorts of new things. And I do think that, unfortunately, we seem to be doing the same things in the human race keeps doing the same stuff, which means Andor would be as relevant 100 years ago as it will be, unfortunately, maybe 100 years from. We can just learn empathy.
Yes.
It's going to get us out of many holes.
And I do wonder, I mean, this project has been, you know, you talk to anybody who's involved with it, this project has been so touching and unique for everybody who's worked on it. It's been very touching and unique for everybody who's watched it. I know I've loved it. How does it feel knowing that season 2 is sort of the end of this story?
It feels right. It really feels right, because Tony and the team and Diego have crafted, man, the perfect run-up to Rogue One. I mean, and I think it's going to change everybody's experience of the original trilogy. You get the ultimate backstory and the inner machinations of the Empire like you've never seen before. You get the very beginning of the rebellion and how that's being built. And this beautiful, horrible story of sacrifice leading to a story made 50 years ago that you could watch that trilogy and just have a whole new experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really sad to be. It's only actually here that I've realized, oh God, this is our last hurrah together.
Yeah.
But I feel like to have been allowed to do 2 seasons of this rather than, I mean, if it had gone on too long or outstayed its welcome, it's better to end at a point where
End on the
everybody
high.
is really involved with us. You know,
Yeah.
that feels good.
Well, I got to tell you, it is bittersweet for me as a fan, but I love everybody's service to the story and to these characters in this project.
We love it so much.
It has been so wonderful to watch. It's been wonderful to watch the two of you, and we're so excited to get more Andor. Everybody, Kyle and Denise, tell me that we say hi. Give it up one more time for these two. Don't take your eyes away from the screen because we have even more Star Wars Celebration live.
Alright, recuerden que pueden comprar una playera, camiseta de And Or en la tienda Nerdmigos. Ahí está el link en el chat. Y un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Estoy viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration Live desde Japón. No ha habido muchos anuncios en este segundo día. Digo, anunciaron esa caricatura de Lego Star Wars. Es la continuación de Reveal the Galaxy. Sí, el primer panel del día fue Andor temporada 2, pero no lo hicieron, bueno, mostraron una parte, no lo pasaron completo. Estamos esperando el panel de Ahsoka temporada 2, que va a empezar pronto. Ojalá compartan el panel. Y ahorita vimos la entrevista aquí de Dedra y Cyril de Andor. Ahí les están dando sus figuras de vegetales. Ah, ok. Oh, ok. La insignia de Imperial Officer. Nice.
The Empire cannot.
Andor.
The revolution's coming alive.
¿Cómo se sienten con Andor temporada 2? ¿La van a ver? ¿No les importa? ¿Están emocionados? Ya se estrena el martes. ¿Cómo se sienten? Yo sí estoy emocionado, sí la quiero ver. Ok. Ok, pues sé que Rosario está ahí, a ver si muestran el... A ver si muestran el panel de Ahsoka. Y... Eso es Andor. Ok. Diego Luna y Alan Tudyk, Andor, Cassian Andor y K2SO que regresa. Regresa Star Wars K2SO. Van a mostrar el origen de K2SO en Andor temporada 2.
exciting, eh?
It is.
Hola, hola.
Hola, hola.
That's nice, eh? Incredible.
Wow.
¡Qué increíble! Sí.
Sí.
This is insane.
Can you feel the love?
The love, the energy.
Can you feel the love?
So cool. I was told yesterday that it was very special room, but this is unbelievable.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
It's all for you two.
Is this hibachi? What is this?
This is our
Very
arbors. Yeah.
The Forge.
All right.
Mando Forge.
So welcome back to Star Wars Celebration.
Thank
What's
you.
it like being back?
This is like, I mean, it doesn't feel like going back because you cannot get used to this, you know? Every time I go through celebration, I go back saying like, what was that? This is something, this is impossible, and belonging to this community, to this family, means a lot. You know, it's been 10 years and I'm not getting used to this. This is unique, special, and I thank you all for the love you have for what we do.
It's a glorious fever dream. How about you, Ellen? What's it like for you being back at Star Wars Celebration?
Yar. This is amazing. This is different from anything I've experienced. I mean, I've been to a lot of cons, and we went to some Disney. We did some stuff, but this is great.
Yeah.
This is different. This feels different. I mean, you guys can hear how much enthusiasm is happening here. When it's pointed at you, it's pretty powerful. It
is.
It's moving.
Indeed.
Yeah. Thank you. I will see you now.
All right.
This is the best solution to jet lag. No? I don't feel it anymore. I feel like
Awake now.
pretty awake.
So Andor Season 2 will finally show the fated meeting of Cassian and K2.
Yeah.
What was it like for you to be working back together after Rogue One?
For me, it was like so special. I was telling Alan like how important for me it is to finish this way, you know, to deliver this second season, this final season, sitting down next to him. This all started with him 11 years ago. You know, we were partners in a crazy film, at least for me, a revolution in my life. Many things happened since then, you know, and I experienced that with Alan. I feel that close to him, and making sure, you know, that we get to the moment where Rogue One starts, you know. Yes, it's a... I don't know, I've never been asked to approach my work this way, you know, storytelling this way, knowing what the end is, having shot the end with, like, I mean, 10 years now, right? But we shot a whole film about...
10 años de Rogue One. Bueno, 7, ¿no? Como
all the backstory means so much, you know. It's
7,
like
8 años de Rogue One.
years also of my life, you know, my personal life, because the revolution Cassian is going through, I went through that with this project and with this character.
That's wonderful. And Alan, what was it
Una
like?
bandera de
Was it
México ahí
almost like
atrás.
you've never left, or is it kind of like a whirlwind getting back together?
It was great when I got my stilts. You know, I wore stilts, so the K2 was 7-1, and I had to put stickers on my boots, a bunch of little things on there that were really happening at that time in my life. Con man stickers, all these things from, God bless you. And They were all there. It was all the same scuffs I remembered putting back on my equipment, and also on my trailer door. On your trailer door they have your name, but they never put your real name. They put a code name. So just in case you're on location, people can't walk by and go, "Oh my gosh, it's Sigourney Weaver is right in there." And my code name when I got to set was Old Pal. Right?
Oh.
Come on.
That's to break your heart.
Yeah, I know. So
El viejo amigo.
right when I got there, like, and here's your
Qué
trailer,
chuzo.
Old Pal was on there. So it was great. Fantastic.
That's
Thank
sweet.
you.
That they put a lot of thought. Mine was Carlos, and I go like,
Carlos.
It's like, oh, how are they gonna call the Mexican actor? I don't know. I'm sure it's not Carlos, right? No. I was like, thank you. You really thought of it. ¿Qué pasó?
Están los mexicanos en Japón.
I mean, it's so nice to see you all here. You know, I was told I said that in the panel, but there's 125 nationalities represented today in this convention. 125. That's how big.
125 nacionalidades representadas ahí en la convención, attendees. Y, yeah. Están en Japón, pero hay gente de 125 nacionalidades ahí en la convención.
In season 2 of Andor, as opposed to how you approached him in Rogue One?
I guess, like Diego was saying, we had created the characters before, so we knew their ending. So it was about remembering what we had there. And, you know,
Trying not to spoil.
No, I know, that's the tricky thing. I think the main thing for K2 is Cassian. As long as he cares about Cassian, then that's really the foundation for the character. There was a scene in Rogue One that never made it in the movie where I think it was just in a script. We didn't even shoot it. We were getting off of some U-wing or something, and there was some other general there who said, "Droid, grab the bags, get these boxes, and put them over there." And I said, "No." And I walked away and followed Cassian. And that was one of the biggest bases. I just based the character on that moment, which never even ended up in the movie, that if Cassian had said to do it, I would have done it. Maybe begrudgingly, I would have said, "Why? I don't want to, but okay, I'll do it." And
always complaining.
Yeah, always complaining. Yeah,
he would do it.
Always, yeah. But so that was the main foundation.
Do you think K2's sassiness and sarcasm is already
Sassiness.
built in, or do you think it grew after meeting Cassian?
Oh, it grew. Okay, there's a thing that people don't know. When you watch it, Diego Cassian is very serious, but he's not serious as a person at all. So, yeah, and so he's a bigger smartass than K2. So, when they yelled action, I got to keep it going. I get to keep that. I was playing off of Diego, so that's where it came from. I mean, it was part of it. He was a little petulant kid. Why don't I get a blaster? And they do. This is terrible. He was always complaining. But his smartassness came from Diego, I think, a lot of it.
That's great. I remember you once called K2 an anti-C-3PO, which makes so much sense now.
Oh, yeah. El anti-C-3PO.
How has your
K2 is
relationship with the character of Cassian evolved and changed from Rogue One to Andor Season 2?
I mean, dramatically, definitely. I think Rogue One is a film about an event, right? And we built characters for that event. We arrived as actors with a backstory and knowing who our characters were. But the film is not exactly about that. There's a lot of mystery around these characters. And Andor allowed us to tell the story of who they are, what's behind the decisions they made, you know? It's like approaching a historical event or a historical character, right? We all know what he did, you know, we all know what he's capable of. We know the big sacrifice he made, but we don't know why. What is he leaving behind? And this story is about that. And I like establishing a parallel between Cassian and myself because I built a family, I built a community through Andor, you know? Yes. And a community of people I admire, I learned from. We went through rough times, you know. We went through the pandemic together, you know. We were living in London while home was really far away. So all of that transformation, all of that journey that I took, it does make me a different person today. And all of that I could use for Cassian, you know. I learned a lot about the community. I learned a lot about that decision he makes, that sacrifice he makes. It's because he belongs now, you know. And we get to see through this second season, what is he leaving behind and what is he fighting for, you know. I think I keep saying this: behind a revolution, there is pain, there is, you know, anger, injustice, a lot of loss. But there's also something very romantic behind every revolution, and it's love, you know? It's love, belonging, it's family, and that's what Cassian is fighting for. Yes, Viva Mexico, sí.
It's beautiful.
And I did build a family. I made strong connections in this process, and I today belong to a community. Yeah.
You absolutely do, absolutely.
Varios mexicanos ahí.
And I got to wear really cool outfits also. You'll see the second season. I mean, oh my God, get ready.
An amazing
Get
bonus.
ready.
I wore the same sort of body panty.
I wish there was a picture to show.
Thank
how
goodness there isn't. Don't show it if you have.
Speaking of, do you have any fun memories from set that you'd like to share? That means there's too many.
I mean, I have so many. Most of the ones where laughter was involved, Alan was involved, you know?
I can imagine, yes.
He blames me, but his humor is just so sharp. And
Yeah.
yes.
So my favorite thing when we were doing Rogue One is I wore the stilts, but if it was a dangerous place, either it was on sand that I couldn't walk in stilts, or if we were on that in Jordan, we went all the way to Jordan and we shot on a cliff. They said, you can't wear the stilts, you have to wear this stupid backpack that has a cardboard K2 head on it with a telescoping thing on it. And we hadn't been working but just a few days when we went to Jordan. And Diego came up to me and said, Alan, I'm sorry, you know, you have to take off that stupid backpack. The entire crew is depressed. They thought they were on a big budget movie, it was going to be a hit, and then you walk out with this crap.
It did feel like a school, like, you know, a school short, you know?
Yeah, it was pretty sad. I mean, it was really just a piece of cardboard so that they could look up at that. I remember that. That was very fun. And all of this stuff we did, we went to, I mean, back then we were going different places. But
you know, I'll tell you one because you can go and actually watch it, which I suggest you do after finishing season 2. Go watch Rogue One. You'll see it from a different perspective, definitely. But
in chronological order.
There's a slap in Rogue One.
Ah, the slap.
And if
Que fue un verdadero slap.
everyone's looking at him and the slap, but if you look at me, you can tell I'm laughing. You can tell they didn't edit it out. I'm covering my face, and you can tell it's not the character. No,
it's you, genuinely you.
It's the actor being very unprofessional.
yeah, I've signed that picture before, and you can see your hand is covering up this much, and that part of your mouth is going up into a smile, and it's not a smiley moment. We're about to go to jail.
What do you think you two will miss most about your characters, knowing that season 2 is the end of Andor's story? What is that?
I mean, you wanna get us crying and everything here? I mean, is that
A little
kind of
bit,
show?
yeah.
Is this like? I mean,
This is your life.
you know what? It's easy to say I'm gonna miss the character. I'm gonna miss this universe. I'm gonna miss the freedom we had. you know, it's we had complete freedom on this show, like and the trust of Lucasfilm, of Disney, and I think I mean I appreciate that a lot. But if something I have to say, I'm gonna miss this community. I'm gonna miss the everyday going to work and knowing we are working for an audience like you know, knowing that we are telling a story that is gonna end in your hands, in your hearts, hopefully. It's been a blast, the whole process, the everyday, you know, the everyday of working also with people, not just that I admire, but that I can learn so much from and that care so much for what they do. It's been a very special journey, and I'm gonna miss this family, yeah.
I love you, as you know. Return my calls, you son of a bitch. I have to say, one of the things I'm going to miss is the storytelling. There's a lot of darkness in this story, a lot of difficulty in Andor and in Rogue One. They're fighting against, it seems, impossible odds. And to be the part of the story that is hope, to get to play the part of the person who is courageous and who is betting on hope, is a great character to get to play, and is a great part of the story to get to be a part of. And it's a real gift, and yeah, I think that's the stories we need now for sure, and it's great to be able to be in.
That's wonderful.
You know, one thing that I mean, and this is the right place to talk about him and what he brought and the tools he gave us. One thing this show does is that pays respect to one perspective, you know? There's someone behind this show, and there's a point of view that is celebrated in this show, which is Tony Gilroy's, you know? And
Yeah.
and when I spoke about the freedom, it means a lot, and I think it's a great example to the rest of the industry. You know, we can't lose these projects that celebrate the perspective of a filmmaker, of a voice. You know, yeah. And this is one of those. You know, so yes, I've been lucky to work with that material, and that great writing brings everything else, you know, into the mix.
Well said. So, just finally, what are 3 words you would describe to the fans out here, out everywhere, to get them excited for season 2 of Andor? 3 words. Only 3.
3 words. Oh shit! It's difficult to. Oh, damn. You're thinking, right? Should I I'll take it.
I'll do my first.
Okay, go for it.
3 words.
Ping pong back and forth, yeah.
May the Force.
Oh.
It's not as good, just 3.
And you just said 3, so you lost your opportunity.
Yeah.
Now you can have another one since it's the final season.
Be with you. those are my other 3.
That's it.
Right off the top of the dome. Thank you.
I'm gonna say. I'm tempted to say them in Spanish.
You could say it in Spanish.
Spanish.
Absolutely. Go with what your heart says.
Está bien chingona.
Ok, está bien chingona.
You agree, right?
Hay que verla.
What are the words? Do they translate into 3 words as well, or would it take a lot of words to say it?
No, it does
It's
translate.
like, it's fucking awesome. Es como la traducción sería así como it's fucking awesome.
In Spanish, you can get away
Yeah, right. No, that's good.
I said
That's
it
good.
already, right? And
He's a true rebel.
Nothing happened. We're still here.
No, it's truly, that's good.
No, I just want to say thank you. Gracias. Arigato.
Thank you two so much for this. This was so exciting. You got everybody so amped
¿Qué onda con
up.
esos lightsabers
Can't wait to
cortitos?
see how Cassian and K2 meet up in season 2 of Andor. Besties at home, don't go away because we have even more Star Wars Celebration live for you.
All right. Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Wild Friday night. Si me están viendo por YouTube o por Twitch, por favor suscríbanse al canal. Denle un like al video. Compartan el link con sus amigos nerds. Pasen a saludar al chat. Aquí voy a estar viendo un rato más esta transmisión de Star Wars Celebration live en Japón. Ahorita es como mediodía, ¿no? Ahorita es como mediodía allá en Japón. Y estoy esperando que muestren algo del panel de Ahsoka temporada 2. Algo que he notado de este Celebration, aparte de que no se siente así como mucha emoción de los fans. Digo, la gente que está ahí en el evento pues está muy emocionada, ¿no? Pero en internet no hay mucha emoción por los anuncios que han salido aquí de Celebration. Pero el evento en sí, me acuerdo que en años anteriores que he visto esta transmisión en vivo, ha estado más emocionante. Y siempre muestran como un panel tras otro, o meten así entrevistas entre paneles y se sentía como más movido, había más emoción, y había más cosas entre segmentos. Y aquí hay muchos espacios de absolutamente nada. Entonces sí está difícil ver este show. Pero en general, algo que quería comentar es que no le han dado su espacio a la trilogía original. Entonces sí hay mucho enfoque en los pues estos shows que están promocionando, que es Andor temporada 2 y pues Ahsoka, que va a ser la siguiente serie, ¿no? Pero no han mencionado, digo, no le han dado como un espacio a la trilogía original, y de hecho el único actor que he visto aquí en esta convención es a Anthony Daniels C-3PO. Es el único que han entrevistado, que ha subido ahí al escenario. No hemos visto no espero ver a Harrison Ford, no, pero tal vez Mark Hamill, no sé, Mark Hamill o Warwick Davis, que siempre está Warwick Davis en Celebration. Lo que sí he visto más de actores de las precuelas, pues ayer empezó el show con Hayden Christensen. Empezó esta transmisión ayer, empezó con una entrevista con Hayden Christensen, que cumple años, por cierto. Pero casi no he visto de trilogía original aquí. Afortunadamente tampoco he visto mucho de trilogía secuela.
Our next guests know a lot about the next season. Let's see what we can get out of them. Welcome to the stage.
Ok, más entrevistas.
Gilroy,
Ok, Tony Gilroy.
Genevieve O'Reilly,
Ok, Mon Mothma. You dicks. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Oh my God.
Wow.
This is bigger than the one in London.
Yeah.
This is more intense. Wow.
Fans as far as the eye can see, quite literally. It's just a sea of Andor adorers. People who love this show. People who are so excited for season 2. Can't wait. And thank you so much for all 3 of you being here. We're so excited to welcome you to Star Wars Celebration. Welcome you back to Star Wars Celebration, in fact. Tell me, what is it that makes Star Wars Celebration so special that earlier this morning you wanted to share the first episode of season 2 with this crowd?
You know, Diego and we had this experience last time we came, and you could see today when everybody walked out on the stage. We've been on a junket now for a couple weeks. We're pretty battle tested and kind of not jaded, but we're ready for anything. Everybody kind of we all took a hit when we walk out there because I mean this is the down payment on our show. Everybody here is an investor in this show. I mean really. You are the reason that the show gets made. I mean, and when not that you forget about it, but when you're confronted with it, like it's just like it's a mind blower. Everybody on that stage was just it's like a mirror to what you're doing.
Because we're all together on set. We're all together each day. But it's you who it's made for, so it's wonderful to be here with you now.
I mean, it sounds like a T-shirt, but it's really for real. It's legit. It's really legit. It's you can feel the passion in the room, and that's how we get to do this.
I mean, we sort of got emotional a little bit ago, and I mean, I just think I'm not cool enough. It is so exciting to be here, and I don't want to hide it. I don't want to hide it. I also hear a lot of Spanish. I've heard a lot of hola, so hola. ¿Cómo están?
Hola.
All 3 of you separately are more than cool enough, first of all, number 1. But all together, it's a little bit, the coolness factor on this stage is a little breathtaking. Am I right? Yeah. Speaking of breathtaking, Genevieve, Aria, Audrey, you look gorgeous today.
Thank you.
Tony, you too. You look gorgeous today. I'd be remiss. I mean...
Ferrix lives.
Ferrix.
You're a man after my own heart. I love a theme T-shirt moment. I know we can't say a lot about season 2 right now, but one of the things that everyone keeps commenting on is the amazing costume design from Michael Wilkinson returning again for season 2. So one of the things I think maybe we can talk about a little bit today are those amazing costumes. I'm going to start with you, Genevieve, because Mon Mothma is a style icon. She has been since day one.
Well, that's thanks to these guys allowing for us to explore that, but it's definitely the artistry of Michael Wilkinson. You must have seen a few of them in episode 1 this morning, and you must see some of the costumes in that. And then there are more and more, and they get more and more beautiful. It's like wearing pieces of architecture. And Yeah, I mean, there's some really special ones coming.
That was just enough information, and yet no spoilers.
I know I almost said something, and
But
then
they
I
know
stopped
there's a wedding
myself.
coming. I mean, there's no secret. There's a I mean, it's a 3-day wedding. We're going to get to the wedding, and the clothes get crazier all the way through.
Is it fair to say if Mon Mothma at work is already so regal, that Mon Mothma for a wedding is just going to be next level?
I mean, it is next level, and it's more breathtaking than I could have ever hoped for. And that's down to Michael and his team. I mean, it's extraordinary. The designs were extraordinary, but he also allows for color and movement. I'm sure you've seen in the trailer that Mon Mothma gets to have some moves this season.
There's a dance moment.
Sí, sale bailando.
Nice. Adria, how about for you?
Biggs, Biggs season 1 starts with this beautiful sort of workwear, and because of everything that she goes through, she is more and more and more sort of disheveled as the season progresses. So I was really excited to get back to Mina Rao and get back in the workwear and find sort of her strength. Michael's incredible. I've never done a season 2 of anything. So I've never come back to a character, right? And I think through costume, it was so easy to sort of, the second I put the costume back on, the second I put those boots on, I was like, and she's back. I'm here. And it was all thanks to Michael.
I always love to ask this question, but did you keep anything from the wardrobe?
I did. What did you keep? I did.
Yeah. Mientras están haciendo esta entrevista, ahorita está el panel de Ahsoka. A ver si al rato lo muestran algo del panel.
And Michael had the beautiful gift to tell me that the boots belonged to me. And I had a really interesting decision to make. I was like, do I sort of frame these boots? Do I put them up and I just never wear them again? And I was like, no, I'm gonna wear them and I'm gonna walk in Bix's shoes, over and over again. They're here with me. I have those boots tattooed to my feet. I don't take them off, and I don't plan on taking them off. I'm like, I just want to keep walking in Bix's shoes.
Beautiful. Genevieve, I feel like by your reaction, you did not take anything from set.
I did not. I feel silly. I really feel like I should have taken.
Hey, hola, Gon Titor, Gon Tetor. ¿Ya hablaron de Fortnite? No he visto que mencionen nada de Fortnite, de videojuegos. Lo único que mencionaron hace rato fue sobre Old Republic, que es un juego que ya tiene como 13 años en línea, que siempre se me olvida que existe. Pero no han mencionado nada de Fortnite todavía. Es que llegué tarde a ver. Realmente lo que se ha visto hoy fue... Se hizo un panel de Andor temporada 2, fue el primer panel. Ahorita está un panel de Ahsoka temporada 2. Y estoy esperando a ver si muestran un poco del panel de Ahsoka. Hace rato mostraron un poco del panel de Andor. Estoy esperando a ver si muestran el panel de Ahsoka. Y mientras tanto, pues están las entrevistas aquí en el escenario de Star Wars Celebration Live. Pero de Fortnite nada. Pero a ver si al rato. O a lo mejor mañana, ¿no? Tal vez mañana mencionan algo de Fortnite.
Talk about this every single time I see you because I'm such a fan of your brilliance and your monologues in particular. Andor season 1.
El monólogo de
Powerful monologues from Stella
Luthen.
as Luthen, from Fiona Shaw as Marva Andor. In that
También
stole the instrument.
el speech de Marva.
What do you expect from season 2 in terms of beautiful monologues?
I was a little peeved about how Perrin came off after season 1. I thought he was really easy to dismiss. And you know, not that he's my spirit animal, but like I was like, wow, the guy really has a point of view, and so it was really important. Alistair, I promised him that we would, you know, we'd let him explain himself, and he explains himself coming up in an early episode, and actually, if you watch closely, their marriage is so complicated. I think people will really understand in season 2 that it's a lot more complicated than they thought. It's a very sophisticated. They've been married when they're 15.
Que el esposo de Mon Mothma.
Imagine what that's like. And they have a couple of scenes that really deepen our understanding of it. But then he gets to give a speech at the wedding. And then if you notice, there's a shot where she's listening. There's a reaction shot. And you could see how they were when they were 15. You could see how they felt about it, that it was probably pretty exciting back then.
It was pretty special for Alistair and for Tony to gift that to Alistair, because it just, with so much of his writing, it's really about relationship. It's about intricacy of how you
Okay,
manage
eso está interesante que le van a dar como otra capa a ese personaje del esposo.
intermarriage scenes in this, and then there is, for Mon Mothma, mother-daughter scenes, but also seeing Alistair as parent.
Porque en la primera temporada el esposo y la hija son insoportables. Entonces parece que van a... Parece que eso no le gustó a Tony Gilroy como esa recepción y les agregó otra capa ahí a esos personajes.
Story. It's so much about these intertwined storylines, you know, all of these very quiet moments, these people who are very much affected by something that's happening in the wider galaxy. Can you talk a little bit about what you've learned from playing Bix, from playing Mon, and you know what you carry with you still today? You know, and or season 2.
Las botas, ya dijo que carga las botas.
You know, what sticks with you?
The
What stays
Bix.
in your heart besides those boots, Adria?
Yeah.
Actually, a lot. This show for me has been such a school. Again, I've never spent so much time with the characters, so I was.
Parece una joven Salma Hayek.
Definitely someone very different when I finished the show. You know, I think, and this is, and it's weird because Tony's sitting right here, but I'm just going to talk about you, Tony. You know, Tony was probably one of the first people in this industry to see something in me that I hadn't even seen for myself, and it's true. It's true, and he believed in me and sort of gave me this opportunity, and in the course of 5 minutes, because that's how long my audition took, and he was like, "Welcome to Star Wars, kid." Famous last words, and here I am. He challenged me with every single scene in season 1 and in season 2. Man, did you really put me through it. It was, every scene just got more complex and more complex, so I learned so much just from the experience, and then from Bix. You know, Bix has gone through a lot, but she was never a victim. She handled every situation she handles with so much dignity, and I learned that from her. I learned a lot of dignity from Bix.
Beautiful, well said.
And I'm just going to jump on the back of that and just say that Tony and his team of writers have written for Mon Mothma in a way that she's never been written for before. I think certainly in season 1, but after season 2, you will know her in a way that I could have only hoped for, both for myself as an actor and for her as a character. And I think actually what Tony and his team did was write a bunch of brilliant women, different ages, different ethnicities, and interconnected women. Like they wrote for a whole cast of women, and we're here
Woman.
grateful for that. I think if you say what I take with me from Mon Mothma, I think dignity is a lovely word. I think at the center of our piece, the center of season 2 in particular, is really an examination of what courage is and what courage takes, and the courage of every individual and the courage of us collectively. So I'm going to take her courage with me.
We could all use a little of
All
Mon Mothma's
right.
courage, I think. I'm curious, when you're on set and you don't have scenes together, are you spending time? Do you have any moments in between to watch each other working, to just get to be kind of a fly on the wall in those moments?
You have not been on an Andor set. It is no joke. We don't take any moment for granted or any scene lightly. I'm not even socializing. I'm so focused on the scene that it's in front of me. And it's a big moving show, right? So there's a lot of things happening at the same time, and everyone just has their one job, which is to deliver in that one specific scene. But I mean, we all love each other, and we are constantly applauding each other and supporting each other. In the hair and makeup trailer, if I run into you, it's like, oh my God, I just get to hug you and squeeze you for a second and be like, kill it. Okay, you kill it too. And then you go right back to work.
Yeah, the only time Adria and I ever really cross over is in the hair and makeup trailer in the mornings. And we'll sit together and we'll yap, 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 while people work away. And then we go off in very different directions with very different hairstyle.
Very different hairstyles.
Love it.
But yet today we're the same.
I know, very
We
weird.
channeled.
Tony, as we just saw with our last guests, Diego and Alan, we have some characters from Rogue One returning for season 2. I hear a couple of woos. I thought that was going to get a bigger reaction. It's Diego Luna, man, and Alan Tudyk. What was it like for you bringing them back into Andor together and reuniting Cassian and K2SO?
I know that all of the people in this room waited a very, very long time for this to happen. I know. And I know that Alan waited a long time for this to happen. But I had my reasons, and I promised Alan in the beginning, I said, look, it's got to come late. K2 is an amazing character, an absolutely amazing character, but he's really hard to carry around and tell a story with sometimes. He's really visible, and if you notice in Rogue how many times he has to stay behind in the car to wait, he's really, he's a tough, so I said, look, when we do it, I promise you it'll be worth it. Let us get there. So everybody's been really patient. We shall see. We put a lot of work into it and a lot of thought into it. I really hope that this crowd is happy in episode 8 when it drops. I mean, and then when he's there. He's really there.
All right, before we let you go, and Adria, I promised you a T-shirt cannon at the end of this, so
Yes.
we are going to get
She has
that.
wanted to shoot the
I
cannon.
really want to
since-
do it.
But before we do that, do you have anything that you want to say, a special message to these fans that are gathered here today, just a few days before this premiere?
I mean, I think, because we've been out talking about the show for a couple weeks now, and you find out what your show is really about when you go out and sell it, or your movie. You really do. Sometimes you work. And I think the safest answer, the non-ideological answer about what the show is about community and the destruction of community. And the Empire, above all, is trying to destroy community. You see it everywhere. Every planets and cities and groups and whatever. And we felt, the irony is you feel our community growing on the show as we're making a show about that. Coming here today, you realize what this is. I mean, this is a really important, significant community. It has all kinds of divisions within it and everything else. But if there's any hope for all of it, it's in community. And that, I think that's where we've really come at the end of it. I know Diego feels the same way. I think we all do. That's finally what our show is in its most natural form is about.
All right. Cool, Tony.
Now let's shoot the cannon.
Yeah.
Blow some shit up, man.
All right. Well, congratulations to all of you, to the whole team. cast, crew. It is an amazing second season. I can't wait for everyone to discover it. And it is always an absolute pleasure chatting with all of you. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for stopping
Thank
by.
you.
And there is more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up.
Gracias.
All right. Hace rato que hicieron el panel de Andor, pues estuvo todo el cast y parece que al final del panel les pusieron el primer episodio de Andor. Entonces hay gente aquí en la convención, bueno, allá en la convención en Japón, hay gente que ya vio el primer episodio de Andor y recuerden que acá la prensa ya vio los primeros, creo que los primeros 5 o toda la temporada de Andor. Creo que los primeros 5. Entonces tengan cuidado con spoilers. Ya hay gente que ya vio o los primeros episodios de Andor o la temporada completa. La gente de la prensa. Tengan cuidado con spoilers de aquí al martes. Alright, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Estoy transmitiendo por YouTube y por Twitch. Si me están viendo por ahí, por favor, suscríbanse al canal, denle un like al video, compartan el link con sus amigos nerds, pasen a saludar al chat. Aquí voy a estar un rato más viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration para ver si sale algo interesante, alguna noticia interesante de Star Wars. Si no me conocen, me presento otra vez. Yo soy Isma de Nerdmigos. Yo soy el creador del webcomic Nerdmigos. También soy el conductor del podcast Nerdmigos. Busquen el podcast Nerdmigos en nerdmigos.com o su plataforma de podcast favorita. Es un podcast semanal donde nos juntamos para platicar sobre todas las cosas geek que nos gustan. Y esperen un nuevo episodio el lunes probablemente. Y definitivamente voy a platicar sobre algunas noticias que salieron aquí de Star Wars Celebration este fin de semana.
In 2008, and since then she has grown from animation to live-action self-titled series. Let's join Dave Filoni along with some very special guests for a look back at the first season of Ahsoka.
Ok, vamos al panel de Ahsoka. Ok, vamos al panel de Ahsoka y ya con esto nos despedimos. ¡Ahsoka! ¡Ahsoka!
I'm so happy this day is finally here.
There's a lot of Ahsoka today. Buckle up.
También siempre me da mucho gusto ver a Rosario.
Great start to a series.
Rosario is so compelling. She is on fire and she knows her stuff. She's in it.
¿Qué les pareció a ustedes la primera temporada de Ahsoka? ¿Les gustó? ¿Les dio igual? ¿No les gustó? ¿Les encantó? ¿Qué les pareció Ahsoka temporada 1? A mí se me hizo mid. Tiene cosas muy buenas. Pero pudo haber sido una película de 2 horas. Y lo mejor de la serie creo que fue Ray Stevenson, que descanse en paz, que ya lo reemplazaron para la segunda temporada. Recuerden que reemplazaron al actor es el actor de Game of Thrones, no me acuerdo cómo se llama, que interpretó a The Dog. Entonces vamos a ver a quién trajeron al panel. Definitivamente sé que Rosario está ahí en Japón. Y pues está Dave Filoni. Vamos a ver a quién más invitaron al panel. Konnichiwa.
Welcome to the celebration stage. Thank you.
Celebration stage.
Are you having fun? Sorry, is there nobody in this room? Are you having fun? Nice. Okay, I want to hear a little bit from the Japanese fans. 日本のファンの皆さん元気ですか? Japanese fan. Okay, and Fans from overseas.
Son menos fans japoneses.
Japanese fans. Great. So this afternoon we are going to take a look back at the first season of the live action series Ahsoka. And I'm so excited to
Ya, pues yo creo van a hablar más de la primera temporada. La segunda temporada apenas la van a empezar a filmar la próxima semana. Entonces vamos a ver qué dicen de la segunda temporada también. Filoni.
Executive producer Jon Favreau.
Jon Favreau.
And Ahsoka herself, Rosario Dawson.
Rosario. La canción. Es la canción de Sabine.
All right, welcome to Japan. Welcome to
Sí, ¿no?
Tokyo. Please take a seat. Great atmosphere, isn't it?
Incredible.
Incredible, right? So before we speak about the series Ahsoka, I'd like to talk about the character Ahsoka because I think she is one of the most compelling heroes in the Star Wars saga. Do you agree with that? So many of us have followed her since her debut in the incredible animated series Star Wars The Clone Wars. And we've watched her grow up, right? So Dave, I understand you were very inspired by Miyazaki's work when creating Ahsoka. Can you tell a little bit about that?
Yeah, I
Miyazaki.
mean, obviously, come from animation. That was the first medium I did, and one of my favorite animated films is Princess Mononoke. And
Yeah, Princess Mononoke me gusta mucho.
to honor that great film, one of the
Esa fue la
reasons why
primera
Ahsoka
película que vi
has
de Miyazaki.
wolf fangs on her cheeks is because San and Mononoke did. So you'll catch little things like that throughout. Obviously, I worked for years to get Ahsoka to ride a wolf. And finally, I got you riding one, which was kind of it's selfish, I know, but I can't help it. I just love that image. And please, I'm going to plug, he doesn't need it, but if you haven't seen Princess Mononoke, please watch it. It's just phenomenal. And support Japanese animation. There's nothing like it. It's inspired. If you've seen Visions, our wonderful animated series, there's so many great creatives in the world. And
Visions. Por cierto, mañana es el panel de Star Wars Visions volumen 3. Ese sí lo quiero ver. Entonces voy a estar aquí en el stream. Si me quieren acompañar, quiero checar ese panel de Star Wars Visions volumen 3.
In the live action only, you mean. So how did you and Dave start talking about bringing Ahsoka to live action?
Well, after the first season of Mandalorian, we were figuring out what to do for the next storyline, the next timeline stretch. And we thought there would be an opportunity to start introducing other characters that have been established in other media. And the idea that Dave could start bringing to the live action screen characters that he's been knowing well over the course of, at the point it was already a decade, yeah? With George. And of course, first and foremost, his favorite character, Ahsoka. And the notion was, let's do an episode where we feature her, find the right person, find the right aesthetic, and Dave directed and wrote that episode. And it sort of served as a de facto pilot for us to see if this was something that could work. And if anybody of you have seen the episode The Jedi in season 2 of The Mandalorian, you saw Dave bring that reality to life. And it's much different finding casting somebody in live action, and so the idea of figuring out who would be the perfect choice, and we arrived at Rosario, and there was a phone call, probably a strange, cryptic message to call us, and then Dave did the talking. But I think even the campaign for her to be in it started even before then.
It came to my attention because you were involved online and social media, and Trace Canovio brought your name to me, and I was like, oh yeah, she would be good Ahsoka. That was my thought. And then it was years, though, before I actually was able to make it happen. And when I told John, when I said, well, I'd like to have Ahsoka be in Mando, he said, well, who do you think would play it? I said, well, I think Rosario Dawson wants to do it. And you were like, I know Rosario. And I was like, well, then let's talk to her. And then we did. And then here you are. And now you're Ahsoka. It kind of went just like that.
Rosario, you remember that moment?
Yes, yes, I do. Very, very well. As a matter of fact, it was on Skype, I think, or something we were on. And I remember going, okay, this is for real. They're really talking to me. And there was art that you were showing me that you had drawn of Ahsoka, who I love and had seen, grow and develop over years, that now look like me. You had drawn my face into her, and she was wearing something different and new than we had seen her before. And I remember being so grateful the Wi-Fi was really bad, because we had to take the screen off in order for the phone call to go through, because then I just was like muting myself and jumping up and down and freaking out in my house, and just couldn't believe, that this could be real, that this post that I had done saying Ahsoka lives, not only does she live, but she lives in a timeline where it makes sense for me to represent this next adventure with her. Incredible.
Cool.
I see the.
Y George Lucas estuvo en el set, eso estuvo
One of the
cool.
most surreal moments for me working with you on the show when George showed up the day you were directing the fight.
Yeah, eso estuvo cool.
See how I'm doing.
George Lucas
No pressure whatsoever.
ha estado en algunos sets del Star Wars de Disney, pero no en todos. No en todos los sets. Creo que estuvo en Rogue One. O sea, visitó el set de Rogue One. El de Solo. Y este de Mandalorian. Y creo que ya. Ninguno de los sets de la trilogía secuela se paró y George Lucas.
And George showed up, and I was like, I have one day to shoot this fight. Everybody came down to stage because George was there, because who wouldn't? And George met the baby, and all this stuff was happening, and time was just slipping away.
And George would remind you of that fact.
He did remind me of that. He said, I need to get more setups done before lunch. And I said, I sure do. I wonder why. But I love when he comes. I really appreciate it. Obviously, he's been such a big part of everything I've done with Star Wars. He's the reason I'm in Star Wars at all. And, to have him mentor and to show up on those days was always very special. And I carry that with me, and I pass it on to the crew, as John knows. And we try to live by what he taught and follow through. It is a challenge, because I don't know if you know this, George is really good at making Star Wars. So, hard bar.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing this wonderful moment, with us. So, Rosario, like Dave mentioned, your first appearance was Mandalorian, and then Book of Boba Fett. Tell us how it's like playing this character across an entire season and driving your own show.
Oh my goodness. It was so interesting, because I remember when we had that first conversation about the character, it was very much about, let's see if this could work. This is a very particular type of character to see actually actualized, and to see what the fan response could be, to see what the physical kind of getting into her could be, to see if it could make sense to transform it. And there was zero promise. It was like, this is the episode, and we can all reconfer afterwards and see how it goes. It could be another guest spot. It could be maybe jumping on another show. It could be your own show, or none of those things whatsoever. It could just be this one-off. And so we treated it as that. And I remember just giving our all. When you had the picture with little Grogu as well with the moonlight, that was also the exact same room that we shot. Everything in the volume, it was so, I remember just being so moved and talking to everyone in the crew and taking it all in, because everyone who was there had watched some VHS tape make of Star Wars when they were a kid, and were just pinching themselves that they were there. And I felt the exact same way, and was just like, if this never happens again, I am so grateful, A, that this character gets to live on, and that we get to see this adventure and this moment, and how brilliant it was with little Grogu, and this continuation of Yoga's species. It was just so magnificent on so many levels. But to see the fan reaction that allowed us to continue to tell this story has just been an absolute dream come true.
I think one of the complications that people might not think about is that one of the biggest debates we had was, could we even get Ahsoka on screen effectively on a day-to-day basis? Because we have to paint you orange. There are these head tails. How are they going to flex? How are they going to move? You know, the first time we did it, the contact lenses, there's no simple element to it. And you have to always be there first, and you're always going to usually leave there last. And so credit to you for putting up with all that and being the most positive person on set every day, as you are. You are.
Thank you. I'm always a big, and anyone who's done cosplay of Ahsoka knows how much I credit them, because I know it is not easy, and I have an entire team that helps me to do it every day. And the dedication and love that you show this character showing up in that orange is just so magnificent to me, and the level of detail that you bring to it just blows my mind every time. And it's what I think about when we're sitting in that chair every day getting ready to make some Star Wars.
Great. Well, everything became true because together, Dave and John, you produced 6 series, 6 seasons across 4 different series. Does your creative process change based on the series, or, you know?
I think it does. We've really given these shows room to be influenced by the creative forces behind any given episode, whether it's the writers or directors. And certainly there was a sense that Dave was really supporting what we were coming up with to bring Mandalorian to the screen and to do anything on the small screen. But when we started to move into the Ahsoka episodes and the episodes that dealt with characters that he had established, like Bo-Katan, and then of course with the show, with Ahsoka, then the creative center of gravity shifted into a continuation in many ways of what Dave and even George had done in animation, because so many people felt connected with what was there. So it was merging the two while maintaining consistency with what we did in live action, but also culminating all of the storylines, the relationships, the characters that had been established over years and that many people grew up with. And there I was trying to support as much as I could what that fruition was.
How's it for you, Dave?
Yeah, that's an elegant way of saying it. It's also like John has some toys and I have some toys. And I'm like, no, you can't play with that toy. But can I borrow that one? And you're like, sure, maybe. You're always more generous than I am. He always gives me trouble because I'm like, no, Ahsoka's not there, John. She's over here. And I put her back in this box.
You could have one lightsaber sometime.
You could have maybe, but we negotiated. You got the dark saber.
Then I see your show, and there's like lightsabers all over the place.
Well,
I'm the little brother who doesn't get to play with the lightsabers.
Well, John, it takes training, discipline to learn the ways of the Force, and you're a Mandalorian, and that's a little bit dicey.
I get an Ugnaught. What else?
You got an Ugnaught. That was cool, right? Yeah, that was fun.
He gives me the little toys that they don't want to play with anymore.
The peg warmers, John. Those are great. Lots of people love those. That's fine. I get Thrawn. We can mention Thrawn in your show, but he's, it's a different thing. It's a different thing. You have to understand.
But the truth is we really get to play together the whole time. And it's the collaboration that has been, for me, the special part of us bringing where we both came from, our different backgrounds, our different creative process. I've learned to envision things, visualize them beforehand. The creative process in animation, specifically the animation under George's collaboration, is very thoughtful, technical, creative, and you do a lot of the thinking and planning ahead of time. Where I come from, and Rosario also, our background, we started off kind of an independent film around the same time, and there it was much more freewheeling about casting, about finding moments. And bringing those two together, I think, is what gives the personality of what you've seen. And since over those many years, I've learned from Dave, Dave's learned from me, and now we both think the same way, and we've kind of come to a common understanding of how to tell stories.
Right. That leads me to the next question. So with Ahsoka, she has so much legacy in the Star Wars universe. What is your hope for how audiences will connect with her?
Yeah, I think it's the energy. I think it's the power of the character. First and foremost, you're a warrior, but also not this time period, you're a mentor. And also trying to show the struggles that one can have in that role. But yeah, there's no one thing. I try to design every show so that you don't actually have to have seen anything else. I think that what travels with me is the knowledge people have that I've been at Lucasfilm 20 years.
Right.
And so they think you have to see all of this stuff. But if you watch the first season of Ahsoka, it's no different than when you popped into A New Hope and Obi-Wan's mentioning a clone war and he's mentioning an Anakin Skywalker and he's mentioning all these things. And I didn't know what
And
that
Ezra
was.
writing,
Dad,
bitch.
this is episode 4. Why'd you bring me? I want to see episode 1. And it was 1977. He goes, there is no episode 1. I'm like, Dad. Of course there is. So, you know, it's a way of telling the story that it's just you come in the middle of it,
right?
Like an old serial. And but now, this is going to sound like a plug as is. Thanks to Disney Plus, you can catch up on everything.
Exactly.
Everything.
In order.
You like Andor? Go watch Rogue One. It's going to flow. The Force will flow through you.
Yeah.
Episode to episode, movie to movie, back to episodes. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. So talking about Ahsoka, no one has had more influence on Ahsoka than her Jedi Master, Anakin Skywalker. So this scene where Ahsoka and Anakin face off is such a powerful depiction of the layers of their relationship. Let's take a look.
Lo mejor de la temporada fue este episodio de Anakin.
You lack conviction. Trying to die.
I choose to live. There's hope for you yet. Anakin.
All right, Star Wars fans, please help us welcome the chosen one to the stage, Hayden.
Yeah, Hayden. Ahí está el Hayden.
Woo! What a moment! So, season 1, everybody dreamed it. Anakin and Ahsoka together in live action. Thank you so much for bringing that to live action. What was it like bringing that to life? Oh, Hayden?
It was a dream to get to do. You know,
first, just to get to work with these incredible people was a real thrill. But just, the way that they conceived of doing it, I thought was just brilliant. Getting to explore the world between worlds and, and then have Anakin sort of, take Ahsoka down the yellow brick road of her memories during the Clone Wars. I just thought it was really exciting. And I remember the first time reading the script and texting you and just being like, man, this is amazing. And I thought it came out really well.
How do you feel? Or did you feel? Okay. You both, so Rosario, how was it for you?
It's so incredible. I mean, you were just saying earlier about you making this so that even if folks did not know the history of these characters in the animation, they could feel what moment we were in now. And I remember as well reading it and yes, getting to do the World Between Worlds and getting to work with you, but also seeing you with Ariana and young Ahsoka.
Yeah, Ariana. Ariana Grande.
I remember just how brilliant that
I know,
was.
Ariana.
Like,
Ariana
see
Grande.
her in the
Ariana
animation,
Grande.
A lot of people, when they first saw her, and she's a young, spunky teenager, it's different in an animation than seeing this young, tiny person
Yeah,
in the
está
midst of
súper cool
war
eso.
at such a young age. And it just gives you such a scope for this character. It made me
A mí no se me hizo raro
Mandalorian episode,
que se viera tan chiquita. Sé que mucha gente se sacó de onda cuando vio a la Ahsoka adolescente en live action.
to that moment with when I got to meet Mark Hamill, which was so
Como
cool.
que vieron la caricatura de Clone Wars y
And really what this
no entendieron que era una adolescente. Entonces cuando la vi en live action no se me hizo raro que se viera tan chiquita. Mucha gente se sacó de onda y empezó a reclamarle a los Jedi que por qué tenían a niños en la guerra, los niños soldados, pobrecitos.
Really beautiful. It's us so cool. It's us so cool.
Dave, how was Ariana as young Ahsoka?
She's awesome. I mean, that's a hard one. Yeah, it's just like that. It's weird. I mean, obviously, I've lived with this character for a long time, and I collaborated with Ashley Eckstein on it.
Historian.
She's always great. I have to mention her. And, but I've drawn that character at that point almost every day for years and years and had such control over the expressions, the action, the pose, everything. And, first with Rosario and then with Ariana, I'm letting go of so much of that control. And that, as an animator, that can be frightening. But then I remember the first line you read, I was watching, I'm like, okay, so that'll be good. And I just let go of it. It was like a very Jedi thing. I just let go of that. And I wasn't worried. And with Ariana, that was one of the most surreal moments when she appeared in the Head Tales and came up to me, and I'm looking at her and she goes, what do you think? I'm like, wow, that's weird. Because it's like it was real.
Yeah.
And it was like it was something I just seen and then it was real. And she just embodied it. And then she started imitating you all the time, on set, off set, and just watch you guys like that. And I just, in the background of a lot of these, I'm like, it's weird. So I don't know, she was literally just sitting there with all the clones. I don't know what she was talking about. I took this picture, but she was just talking and saying, and go like this, and the clones would look at there, and she'd go like that, and the clones look over there, and I'm like, this is real. And then I start to question my reality. Because I'm like, where is this? It's just happening. And they're clones and Ahsoka. And it was one of the best days because I never dreamed of doing live action until I worked with George. I didn't think it was something that was obtainable. But George changed that for me by the way he taught me. And he made it become something that was perhaps obtainable. All I had to do was be brave enough to try something different, something I'd never done, a medium that I didn't know, and break out of my regular thing. And that's when I always say, George, would say, dare to be great. You must seize the moment in front of you. Don't wait. Don't wait for a time. Don't think it's going to happen later. Make it happen now if it's something you want to do. And that's what I'd recommend to young people. When you say, what is Ahsoka about? Ahsoka's about hope. She's about training. She's about discipline. But she works hard to make all these things happen. That's what a Jedi is. They give you positivity. They give you optimism. That's what they are in the galaxy. And that's what George gave to me. And hopefully that these shows can give to you. It sounds, you can do what you want to do, but you must focus and train and the door will open for you if you work hard. So, you know, there you go. And they all work hard, and look where they've gotten.
Thank you so much. I mean, watching these guys doing live action was a really positive thing, but Hayden, was it fun for you to do that? To shoot the scenes?
It was too much fun. Yeah, you know, I just think it's a very compelling period in Anakin's life that we never really got to see in live action. And I remember when we were going to do episode 3, having conversations with George Lucas about, you know, what Anakin was up to in between 2 and 3, and he was talking to me about the Clone Wars and how he was this great warrior and a leader, and I was like, you know, that sounds really cool, George. And then just how well it was presented in the animated world. You know, I was just really excited to get to do that in live action, and you know, as much as I love the sort of traditional Jedi robes that we kind of exclusively wore during the prequels, it was nice to see Anakin with a new look, you know?
It was cool. I don't know if you remember. The first time we met was actually at a celebration. It was that one where John Williams appeared with an entire orchestra, because that's amazing. And we were standing off on the side. There's a picture of us. And that was the first time we were talking. And it was your first one, I think, in a while. And you were like, yeah, this will be interesting. I've been in one. I said, no, man, these people love you. You wait and see. Because I'd seen it through the Clone Wars from the work you had done and all the Clone Wars, the prequel kids. And I just knew. And from that moment, I was like, oh, I got to figure out a way to work with you. Because everything I learned about Anakin from George, I wanted to apply. And so many years went by. And then finally I found the way. I had to invent entire dimensions to make it happen, but it happened, and it was awesome. It was just seeing you in that armor, and it was like confirmation of what we'd done, what Matt Lanter and I had worked on, and watched your role. And Matt did a great job, but always I was like, this will make sense if we did in live action, because Star Wars starts there. Yeah. And then there you were in the armor, and it was just exceptional. Plus, no one swings a lightsaber like you, man. Holy. Woo! I was worried for you. I was worried for
Es lo que han
you.
dicho, que todavía es muy bueno para el lightsaber.
For my money, but yeah.
You came strong, though. Once you spin that thing, it's like, uh-oh. You know?
I remember after the first take, you were like, oh, so you're coming in heavy, huh?
Wow.
This is how we're playing. Okay.
So, you know, talking about the first season, the main themes was Ahsoka and Anakin's, you know, masters and apprentices relationship. So Ahsoka straddles both worlds. How did you approach that dynamic, Rosario?
You know, there were so many moments in Clone Wars that I remember with watching, you know, Ahsoka grapple with what leadership is, and how striking and how scary it was, and how much you would push her, you know, in those scenes where, you know, the people under her would die. She would make a choice that would really terrible consequences, and the fears that would bring out in her. And then watching her develop herself and develop that muscle under your tutelage. And, you know, I think it was something I was really struck by, because, again, I did not know where this character was going in the live action. So when we were having these scenes interacting with Grogu, and how reticent she was to take on the mentorship role with him, it made a lot of sense to me. I completely could get what her fear and her anxiety and her stress and her trauma was from that. And to continue to see it, you know, her kind of helping from afar.
Yeah, no tiene sentido que Sabine sea su Padawan de todas maneras.
But still not willing to take on that role herself, you know, in Boba Fett. And it was just something that was such a wonderful surprise that I got to explore. And I remember Dave telling me that Sabine was going to be my Padawan. And it just was such a delicious graduation for her to see that she healed something in that past that allowed her to access this thing, because Ahsoka is so incredible, and she has so much to offer and give, not just by herself standing there and taking on whatever consequence to her actions, but in passing on that knowledge, passing on in that tradition. And it's a beautiful tradition, you know, that has, in succession with someone like an Anakin who thwarted all kinds of, you know, rules and regulations and pushed back on the status quo. You know, you got to see that, and people's first initial reactions to young Ahsoka was not liking that she was so spunky and, you know, that she had such tenacity and audacity, you know, like they wanted her to fall more in line, but she did not follow that status quo. And so I thought it was so incredibly fitting to have a Mandalorian as my Padawan in Sabine, and seeing that same sort of tradition sort of live on, that I think really resonates with the generation now. That questions authority and questions that, you know, that moment where she leaves the Jedi Order was such a profound one. But now is one I think that we get to explore in a different way, because that Jedi Order and Council is gone, but those teachings are still there. And how do you follow them and become your own leader? And I think it's really, really important to pass on that knowledge and to take on that positionality. And so I'm loving seeing Ahsoka take on that new challenge, because as expert and incredible as she is, it is a totally different journey to pass on. And I think, you know, it makes me look back on Clone Wars all the better, because it's just like, wow, she really gave you a hard time. But you did the same to Obi-Wan, so now it's her turn to try to take the high ground.
Right? So, Dave and Hayden, you already shared us the experience, you know, working with George Lucas on Star Wars. How do you carry those teachings once again with you to these new stories? Dave, starting with Dave.
Well, I think that was one of the interesting things, is that you and I could talk very evenly about working with George and our experience, and you and I both, I think, have the same regard and respect for George, which is so important. And that bond, I think, allowed us to stay faithful to his vision for Anakin, you know, and that was something that was very important to both of us. When even considering putting you on screen as Anakin again, that's a big deal, because, you know, that is George's guy. That is the chosen one, the icon. And I was so grateful to have you there to make sure that we steered and stayed on the right path. And whatever I might have had a gap in knowledge, you had. And whatever you might not have known, I knew about those Clone Wars. And so I think that led us to create a really authentic interpretation of what he was up to. And yeah, I really looked forward to it the whole time, you know, I was in Clone Wars. I was like, it'd be neat to see Hayden do this. And then it was really neat to see you do that. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what your thought on it was, but.
Yeah, for me as well. You know, I think people usually have to work together for a while before they sort of develop a bit of a shorthand. But for us, it was just kind of, you know, from the get-go, because we both went to the school of George Lucas. And so, you know, I knew that you got it, and you knew that I got it.
Cool jackets.
And I knew that you got it way better than I got it.
I don't know that that's true, because you
are
it,
for longer
so
than I
I
did.
can get it better than you, but
it just made it really easy. But you know, I always still have George's voice in the back of my head, you know, sort of saying faster, more intense, and just trying to sort of, you know, continuing to work off of the principles that he taught me about the character. But to get to work with you, Dave, was just a real, you know, privilege.
All right.
All right, so let's move on. At the end of the first season, Thrawn and Ezra have returned to the known galaxy, and Ahsoka, Sabine, Huyang, and Shin are stranded on Peridia. So, Dave and Rosario, Ahsoka tells Sabine, Ezra is where he needs to be, and so are we. What does that mean?
it means we get season 2.
Yay!
I mean, you know, I could go into it, but why? You know, you watch the show. You guys know what it means.
Rosario, you want to add something?
Well, we're about to go into it in about a week when we start filming.
Oh, wow.
Ahí está la confirmación. Empiezan a filmar Ahsoka temporada 2 en una semana.
Before I go there, Dave, you shared a very interesting sketch on social media last year, right? That's teasing the Ahsoka and Sabine maybe following Balin's trail in season 2. This one, can you tell us anything more about this? A little bit more.
Yeah, so season 2, it was obviously a big challenge in many ways. Obviously, it's challenging technically, but this is the part of today that's a challenge. But it was a particularly big challenge because of losing Ray.
Yeah.
He's just the greatest person and such a great spirit on the show. I knew Ray
Y
from,
fue lo mejor de
you
la,
know, working
de la
in
serie,
voice
fue lo
acting with
mejor
him, and I
de
just
Ahsoka.
always instantly connected with him and thought, when I make
Bueno,
live
aparte de
action, I
la
needed
escena
to
de Anakin.
portray a powerful Jedi Knight that I'd had in mind, and he did not disappoint in any way. Ray was the most beautiful person on screen and off. He was wonderful to all of us. However big a loss you think it is, it's bigger. And it was a challenge for me to even consider continuing for a while. But I have a great support group with John and Rosario. And I found a way, and I had Ray in my head. And grateful for all the conversations with him about Balin. So I understood what to do. It just took a while to get there. But I'm very confident now that Ray would be happy with the direction that we've chosen. Spoke to his family about it because they were so important to Ray every day that we were working. And so we've continued because the character was meant to be important. He's meant to be the parallel to Ahsoka in every way. If there's a light, there's a dark, and Balin is representing a different journey for a Jedi that's lost his way as much as you represent one that's kind of walked away from the Order, so did he. And that parallel is something that must continue. And yeah, I just kept hearing Ray, and I followed that, and it led us to the idea of bringing someone else in to play the part. In essence, because Ray had performed it so iconically, there's a blueprint for what this character should be. And then I talked with John, and John and I decided that we just needed to find the right person that would not just understand the character, but also understand a bit of what Ray brought to it as well. It's something imperceptible, something just in the eyes, really, to be honest. And I think we both felt very fortunate that things pointed towards, and we met Rory McCann. And so Rory will be taking over the role of Balin. And just so you guys know, and John knows too, speaking to Rory, and he spoke with Rosario, you know, he takes it very seriously. He takes it very to heart. Rory's a big man with a big heart, and he has such respect for Ray and what Ray brought to this that I know his whole focus is not letting Ray down and not letting you guys down. So he really feels it. So you'll love him, and we love him now, and I love what he's taking on because it's a big deal. So the force is with him, and I know you guys will be too. So thank you.
All right, first look del nuevo Balin Skull.
Yeah. Well, so the season moves on. Season 1 was so imaginative, with witches and galaxies. What are you excited for the audiences to experience in season 2, John?
Well,
Las brujas, digo, son las Great Mothers.
But really, my biggest part is being the first audience member. And I get to hear the ideas, I get to see the doodles. It really all starts with doodles. That picture you saw with George and a black-bearded Dave Filoni with him drawing there. You think he's taking notes, but he's drawing. He's constantly drawing. And that's how he starts, that's the creative process for him, is it flows out of him, and then it becomes, and you know, Dave's got so many talents and gifts and skills, it becomes a script then, and then it becomes a collaborative art. And he keeps, I think what's different that I'm most looking forward to is now he has the voices of this tremendous cast in his head in a way where it's transitioned now away from what it had been into what it is. And all these characters have found their voices. So, I mean, I could go on and on about the visuals, about the worlds, about the sets, about the ships, the fights, all the stuff people come to Star Wars for is all going to be, I'm so looking forward to how this comes to fruition as the first audience member. But really, Star Wars is about family, about people, about relationships. And so for me, as a partner in this process and as somebody who gets to be part of this family too, I'm really looking forward to how these relationships have developed and matured as the characters start to know each other and as they fulfill their arcs that Dave has laid out for them.
Wow. So Dave, we also more discussed in the season 1 finale. What can we see in season 2?
Well, yeah. We'll see. It's big. It's crazy. There were a lot of like, what you were seeing there, those little models are these miniature versions of sets that we're building. And so I'll give you some spoilers. The hangar is the hangar on Home 1. And so we've reconstructed that. It's cool. I've got 2 full-scale X-Wings. I've got an A-Wing. I've got other wings I'm not going to tell you about. So that's really fun to walk around. These 2 sets, you don't even want to know about those. Those aren't, they're really interesting, but you didn't come here for that. So, yeah, we can go by that. I bring the Noti back. We got little old Notis, we got little tiny Notis, and they're in some peril, which is tough. Not everybody's happy about that, but you know. Ooh. Oh yeah, and this is good.
It's a trap. Es el
It
hijo de Akbar,
took
¿no?
all of my effort to resist writing the line. It's a trap.
Pues, no, sí es Akbar, ¿no? Yo
That
creo.
would be so lame, because this guy can't always get into the trap. Like, you would think you would see
No,
it
no,
this
va a
time.
salir Akbar.
Right? So you're like, there's no way you could trap him again. But Neil Scanlon and I collaborated, and I said, Neil, we need an Akbar that really, I want all the wiggle that the puppet had. I want the rubber finger when it wiggled things, you know, the Death Star. I want all of that. And so we've got Admiral Akbar back for season 2 in a much, much, much bigger way. In fact, because this crowd will get it, he's going to go head-to-head with Thrawn. So there you go.
Oh, nice. Ok, vamos a tener ahí un momento de Akbar contra Admiral Thrawn.
Let's go for it. So
Grand Admiral Thrawn. Ok, eso está cool porque, híjole, qué gacho trataron a Akbar en Last Jedi.
I created these small loth kittens, which we've never seen before. Their legs aren't strong enough to walk, so they roll around.
Oh, that's cute.
These will be in Star Wars Shop next maybe celebration, I hope, so I can start paying Disney back for how much they've, you know,
Yeah, ahí está la influencia de Miyazaki, ¿no?
Wonderful. But yeah, loth kittens.
En el
All the
sketch,
rage.
por lo
They
menos.
come in several colors. Yeah, get used to that. And I brought Merle back because he was evidently a big star and I didn't know it. So, loth cats, who knew?
Cool.
My dog knew because he didn't like Merle, but that was about it.
We love the loth balls.
The loth balls, yeah, the little loth
The loth
balls. And
balls.
you can see the drawing it started with. But yeah, the Mortis guards, you know, that's a thing. So, yeah, we'll see. That's what you watch season 2 when it comes out. You'll get a taste of it, but you get a taste of a lot of things. It's a complicated thing. It was the weirdest day with George when he brought that stuff up. I don't know where he was going with that one. And then I had to figure it out. And it turned out to be pretty compelling episodes, as most stuff George told us is. So, yeah, it's a big mystery. And, like, the son's there, the father's there, most of the daughter's there. So, yeah, we'll figure that out. It was a good story. I've read it. John's read it. Rosaria's read it. Rosaria's read some of it. I keep rewriting it. But we'll see. We'll get into it.
Can't wait to see it. Well,
yeah, good.
You mentioned Akbar with Thrawn, you know, face to face. So Thrawn at season 1. Yeah, he's leaving and heading to our galaxy. What makes him the right villain for our heroes, Dave and John?
You want me to?
Elon Musk.
Well, starting with Lars, I mean, well, Thrawn is the right villain for this time period for the simple reason of heir to the Empire. If you know the book by Timothy Zahn, like, and those of us that are old enough to have grown up with that, he is the iconic villain. And the genius of that was that Thrawn's a villain that doesn't have the Force, but holds his own against everybody because of his, Moriarty-like intellect. He's very smart, very tactical, and he's a warrior. You know, he's a great leader of the military, something that we didn't really get to experience a lot in the Star Wars movies. There's like one great victory when they take the rebel base on Hoth, Imperial victory, I mean, and so you love those Walker guys. They were successful, but everybody else kind of little hit and miss, despite being very precise, evidently. But Thrawn, you think, is something else, and Lars plays him brilliantly. Loved him when we worked with the animation, and I was amazed at frankly, I was amazed because I had never worked with Lars in studio on Rebels. He was always remote.
Right.
And so I had no idea how tall he was. And I was like, this is perfect. Because I wanted a very tall, towering Thrawn because he actually looks imposing even next to Balin, who is large. And so, yeah, he's just the right villain for this era of the Empire trying to reform, trying to maintain its integrity and control, and with a cold calculation.
Cool.
That's Lars. Yeah.
Yeah, so John, every good story has a good villain, from your perspective.
Sorry?
Every good story has a good villain, so what's your perspective?
Oh, yeah, I mean, what's great is that this villain has been established already, as Dave pointed out. And you have to write the villain smart. Always a smart villain is always a scary villain. The ones who are just off their rocker, they're fun to watch them chew up the scenery, but at the end of the day, they're not imposing. And a strong villain makes for strong heroes. And so you always have to judge. Usually if you look when you're filmmakers, you look at, you know if the villain's good, the rest of it's gonna be good. If the villain's wrong, it doesn't matter how good you depict your heroes. And so what's been established in multiple media here is that this guy is one step ahead and doesn't have, as Dave points out, he doesn't have special abilities or anything. He just has his calculations and his strategy. And that puts a lot of pressure on the performer, but also the writer, to make sure that you live up to the cleverness of that character. But if you pull it all together, then the whole thing becomes a puzzle. And so you're watching what's happening in Star Wars, and you're watching all the spaceships and all the explosions and the big production value, which is a big part of the stories that I've read that are coming up for the season. But also, you want to have it be something where the audience is rewarded for leaning in, paying attention, and trying to figure out where it's going. And a villain like Thrawn really affords you that.
Cool, yeah.
Cool.
So, Rosario, what makes you most exciting for season 2? It starts next week, right?
Next week. Yeah, no, I'm just so excited to be with this cast again. It's so interesting as I'm looking at Lars and remembering the last celebration and the reception that he got that literally choked him up and brought tears to his eyes. He's just so incredible and so imposing. That's the same thing with Ivana. Like, they just seem so intense and dark, but they're like the nicest, kindest, most beautiful, like almost ephemeral people. Like, it's magical every single day on set. We're smiling, we're laughing, like all our behind the scenes pictures, it doesn't matter, the good guys, the bad guys, the evil, whatever, everyone is just so happy to be there, and the energy is just so powerful, and it's a lot of work. It's very intense. There's a lot of bruises. There's a lot of, it is very physical. And it's really wonderful to be with people who are just so incredibly professional, so remarkably talented, but just so truly kind. I mean, it starts with you, John and Dave. Like, it just carries over. I've known Hayden since we were teenagers. And the fact that we get to play in this, there's something so magical when we show up on set every day. And we have this resonance in history that is physical, like is real for us. And I think that's my favorite thing about Star Wars in general, is how real you all make it. You know, this show doesn't exist without you. You make it very real, way beyond fantasy. You live it and breathe it in the way that we show up every single day to do it. And it's just such a pleasure, and it's so rewarding, and it's such a gift. So I'm excited to bring on Rory. I worked with him 20 years ago on a movie. He's a really, really lovely human being, and he does, you said that, it's in the eyes. You know, Ray had this indomitable spirit, just so intense and powerful and so kind. Just such a laugh, such a joy to be around. And Rory has that really incredible balance as well of this intensity and fierceness and just love and passion. And so, you know, just doing the training, because we've been in training for the past few months, and it's been really, really fun. And now we get to really get into it, and we're all beyond excited because we haven't read all of the episodes, and yes, he does keep rewriting them. But oh my God, is it so
As we
good.
speak.
It's so good. So I'm very excited for what this season brings, because we've laid so much groundwork in the previous season that now we get to, it feels like we just get to play, which is going to be amazing.
And, wow. And Hayden, well, Dave, since he is on stage, can I ask about,
Así que Filoni le está moviendo el guión todavía.
I'm curious to see what he's going to say.
What can you tell? I mean...
There's not much that I can share, but Anakin will be back for season 2.
Confirmado, Anakin va a regresar a la temporada 2.
Oh gosh.
I kept feeling like I was getting in trouble with that last time, because but you saw there were so many tapes. Like, she's got so many recordings at the least. And he's a Force Ghost, like something, right? No, please, no, yes, maybe. I pleaded.
All right. So thank you so much, Dave, John, Rosario, and Hayden. Thank you so much. What a wonderful time.
All right, ese fue el panel de Ahsoka. Alright, pues Ahsoka, temporada 2, empiezan a filmar la próxima semana. Anakin confirmado. Nos enseñaron el primer look de el nuevo Baylan Skull. Y estuvo cool. ¿Qué van a enseñar? La foto que tomaron. Hoy estaba platicando sobre esta foto que tomaron. Entonces está en medio está Sean Levy y Ryan Gosling de la película Star Wars Starfighter, y luego a un lado está Sigourney Weaver y Pedro Pascal con Jon Favreau y Grogu. Entonces son los que están en el centro. Y en la orilla pusieron a Kathleen Kennedy, y en la otra orilla pusieron a Dave Filoni con Hayden y Rosario. Nada más se me hizo muy raro que no estaba Kathleen Kennedy en el centro de esa foto, pues ella es la jefa, ¿no? Debería estar en el centro, pero la mandaron a la orilla ya con los Stormtroopers. Alright. Aquí me voy a despedir, vamos a empezar el wrap-up. Vamos a empezar el wrap-up. All right. Ok, pues muchas gracias a todos los que me acompañaron esta noche. Mañana voy a darme otra vuelta, voy a estar aquí mañana. Quiero ver el panel de Star Wars Visions volumen 3. All right. Muchas gracias a los que me acompañaron esta noche. Y un saludo a todos los que están viendo el stream en YouTube y en Twitch. Si me están viendo por ahí, por YouTube o por Twitch, por favor, suscríbanse al canal de los Nerdmigos. Denle un like al video. Y también los quiero invitar a escuchar el podcast de Nerdmigos. Busquen el podcast de Nerdmigos en nerdmigos.com o en su plataforma de podcast favorita. Hay un nuevo episodio. Platicamos sobre USS Callister de la temporada 7 de Black Mirror. Esperen un nuevo episodio el lunes. Y muchas gracias también por comprar en la tienda Nerdmigos. Vayan a la tienda Nerdmigos. Esa es la mejor manera de apoyar lo que hacemos en Nerdmigos. La manera más fácil de llegar a la tienda Nerdmigos es desde nuestro sitio web nerdmigos.com. Ahí van a encontrar un botón en el menú principal que dice tienda. Los lleva directamente a nuestra tienda en TeePublic. Y bueno, aquí me voy a despedir. Muchas gracias a todos. Feliz viernes. Feliz fin de semana. Yo soy Isma de Nerdmigos. Y de parte de todos aquí en Nerdmigos, para todos ustedes allá en Nerdonia, que pasen una excelente semana. Un feliz fin de semana. Feliz día del conejo. Nos vemos mañana. Peace out, homies.